Alrighty, what's good, everyone? Joining up the stream right now. How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. What's up? What's up? We're gonna get the debates going here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet the criteria that'll be putting up on the TikTok screen here in a second. How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Lyric? What's up, Dom? What's up, Marianne? How you doing? What's up, Blueberry? Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Good to see everyone tonight. Good to see everyone tonight. Tomorrow, by the way, I should be live 9 a.m. Pacific time, early tomorrow. Just letting everyone know. Mags, thank you for the level ship. So today is a late stream. Tomorrow is an early stream. Just letting everyone know. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get everyone up here. Just give us a quick second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, what's up, Olives? How you doing? What's up, KCA? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Sad? What's up, Fiber? How you doing? What's up, Kathy? What's up, Krista? What's up, Barnsey? What's up, everyone joining in? Newbie, how you doing? Courtney, what's up? What's up? We're going to start getting some people up here for some debates in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We're going to get the debates up here in a quick second. Alrighty, let's get everything going. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Have you seen the Dow? It's at 50,000.
Madeline, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry to hear that happen to you. I'm glad that you cooked them, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5, Madeline. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2008.
I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Do you just give us a quick second? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
56.
Let's go to the next individual. Do you just give us a quick second? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Do you support Trump?
I support Trump.
What's your birth year?
But I was a Democrat, Parker, for 45 years, man. Basically my whole life, my whole family, since I was a kid.
Okay.
And then my uncle, I'll just tell you something quick. My uncle lives in Brownsville, Texas, which is the most southern part of the U.S.
Okay.
And I went down to visit him.
Before we do, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, I voted for Trump because I went to the border to see what happened.
Yeah, but if the election were held today with the information you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Trump because Harris.
Okay.
Do me a favor, since you like Harris, give me some defining qualities that you find endearing about her. Some policies that you think are great.
Yeah.
Just give me one.
$6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses the first year of them starting out, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not for just people who are on Medicare. I can go into plenty of other different policies, but those are just a few.
Okay, so those are all great, right? So you identified 5 or 6 items. The one problem that I had was when I went down to Texas to see what was going on. I went to visit my uncle, my father's brother. And he said, come take a drive with me. We went to the border. And he told me one of his neighbors was raped. And I know the woman only because she travels into Matamoros, which is where she works. She travels over the border every day. And I went to see his neighbor just to find out what was going on. And the amount of indecency that was going on down there that I saw with my own eyes, all the people and all the chaos that was going on. You know, I'm an American. I was a Democrat forever. I'm 50. I voted for Clinton. I voted for Gore. I voted for Obama. I mean, I voted for everybody. When I was able to vote, that's who I voted for. And then the second I went down there to see what was going on, it changed my outlook because
So can I tell you something real quick? So
Sure.
undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea that they're bringing crime to this country is just blatantly not true. Now, if we want to go after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to the safety and security of our population to a greater extent, we should stop focusing on trying to deport those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, rather than focusing on those that haven't. We should focus on those that have, and that would actually make our society safer overall.
You don't think that it's kind of difficult to vet everybody when you just let them in? There was no vetting process for 4 years. You do know that, right?
There was a
they
vetting
were
process.
bussing
You're
them
just
in. They were,
lying.
what?
There was a vetting process. You are actively lying.
There was no vetting process. That's the
There was.
problem.
There was.
Okay,
Right? There
you're
were just
right.
more people
5% of
coming through the
people were
process
vetted.
through the
Everybody else was trucked in, flown in, bussed in. I mean, you know that, right? They were all flown in on American Airlines, United Airlines. They were flown to sanctuary cities. I know you know this.
So if you're saying people legally came into this country and then they overstayed
No,
their
no,
visa,
no. They were not legally. They were illegal. I live in New York City. There
So,
are several hotels.
how many people do
full
you
of
think
migrants.
yeah, how many people do you think came to the country and documented under the Biden administration?
Between 15 and 20 million.
Okay. Well, there's no good evidence for that. There's actually 14 million people who are undocumented in the country as a total population. So I don't know how a greater proportion of the population came to the country undocumented than
I'll
is
show you
currently
right now.
designated
I'm
by
gonna-
Pew Research, even though there's a 14 million undocumented immigrant population in the country. There's around less than 4 million people who are undocumented that came to the country. Why did they come to the country to greater numbers? Well, because of economic insecurity that existed around the world due to global inflation. There was actually a greater level of border crossings on a daily average at the end of the Trump administration in his first term than there was the end of Biden's administration. So he actually handed Trump
Anyway,
over
the
more
bottom
secure
line is-
border than he actually inherited from Trump in the first place.
That's not true. That's
That is
not
true.
true. You know that. You know
That is
that.
true.
Man.
I-
Come on. They unloaded all of the prisons.
By the way, his
in
argument's just
Venezuela.
nuh-uh. And now he's just
They-
making a
they-
whole new conspiracy argument that they just
they
like unloaded
unloaded the
prisons in
prisons
Venezuela and
in
sent
El
people to the United
Salvador.
States. Definitely not true.
Okay. Well, I just did the math. 365 days times 4 years at 10,000 a day is 14.6 million. So it's completely possible.
Okay, but there's no good evidence indicating that to be true. 14 million is the
Did you go
total
to the border?
population of all administrations.
Did you go down to the border? I went once
I don't need to. I'm getting this from Pew Research.
from Peer Research. Okay, well, I went down to see with my
hold
own
on,
eyes.
not Peer Research. Pew Research. That's the institute.
Oh, an institute. Okay, well, I went down to see with my own eyes because I wasn't sure what I was reading was accurate, so I wanted to go see it.
Yeah, but like
And it was hell,
you can't
buddy.
survey the entire border yourself, so it's not going to be
No,
as good
I
of data.
asked, buddy, I asked the border guard what was going on.
So yeah, by the way, you understand that like you're just surveying one person. They survey significantly
Correct.
more people in a greater area, specifically when they're referencing Pew Research. So the argument you're making, it does not have as much evidence, right, to establish a database of how many people are coming to the country undocumented as
Listen.
Pew Research does. You're literally just
Okay,
whipping these numbers
I
right out of
understand.
your ass.
Okay, well, the bottom line is you guys can read all the research you want. When Trump is sending in the National Guard into cities, crime goes down. You do realize that, right?
So by the way, you think that the guy that's literally violating the law, that's not releasing the Epstein files, even though he's legally mandated to, who's a convicted
way,
criminal
if Trump-
held civilly liable of sexual abuse, and who pardoned violent
If
riders, who beat
Trump
police
was in
officers,
any of the
do you think
Epstein
that guy's going to
files,
bring about justice to a
they,
greater extent?
they would have put it out before
He was.
the election.
He was.
and he
There was
would
a
not be
credible
in office.
accusation against him in the Epstein files from a minor.
It's all bullshit.
That literally
buddy.
got a
That's all
settlement
bull-
with
You watch
Epstein.
too much BSNBC.
No, I'm
You're
referencing
watching too much BSNBC.
No, I'm referencing the Epstein files themselves.
I understand. And a friend of mine belongs to Mar-a-Lago. He's been there 30 years.
Yeah, I bet
Trump
you have lots
kicked
of friends
Epstein
that
out on his
literally
ass.
fucking lick his boots, bro.
Kicked out on his ass. But listen, how old are you, Parker?
I
By
don't know
the
your
way,
point
20,
is. I'm
21,
23 years old.
23. In due time, as you get older, like me, you'll become a conservative. I wish you the best, buddy. Thanks
Nope,
for talking
you're gonna
to me.
run away right now. You're a coward.
No, buddy. It's 9:30.
You won't
I gotta hang out
actually
with my girlfriend.
intellectually engage in any of my arguments. You're simply just going to
Listen,
run away
listen,
and say
I
that I'm
just
going
want
to
to
change my
speak to you
mind
for
when I
5
get
minutes.
older. What about all the other liberals, specifically in the live stream, that are older than me? right? You understand that they specifically might have changed their mind going from conservative to being liberal. So this whole idea that just
I
because
agree.
you
I'm just
specifically
telling
have
you what I
become
did.
more conservative throughout your life does not mean that I'm going to become more conservative throughout my life.
Well, you'll see as you get older.
I actually grew up in a Christian conservative household, and I changed my mind because evidence led me to change my mind to
No, you know
realize
what
that the
changed your
Republican
mind?
Party and the Trump
School.
administration is not
You
actively
went to
trying to
school,
do what's
buddy.
best for the American people.
You went to school. That's what changed your mind.
Actually,
You
I
went to
was
school.
Actually, no, school wasn't necessarily what changed my mind, right? I actually looked into the Democratic primaries myself, right? You could say because I had a civics class in high school, but that's not because school
No, I'm not talking about
convinced
high
me
school.
or
I'm talking
something
about
like
college.
that.
Where'd you go to
I
college?
was a liberal before college.
Okay, even better. So you were affected by what was surrounding you. And obviously, the people surrounding you in school is what made you change your mind. I know you did your research and all that other stuff, but ultimately, your environment is what changed your mind. And as you get older, and your
College
money,
is an educational environment. That's good.
yeah, but it's also predominantly liberal. The universities,
I was in the field of economics. I don't think that we would refer to the field of economics in that way necessarily. And
Yeah, I'm not talking about the
Chris!
economics.
Oh my God,
not-
Chris with the $420 on Venmo for F the guy that said your age means less than his experience. Nerd. Thank you so much, Chris, with the $420 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Seriously,
Wow,
can you get
that's
some
nice,
W's
nerd.
for Chris in the comment section right now for the $420. Thank you so much. That is crazy. I just saw that.
Parker, I have to go and hang out with my girlfriend at Sunday night.
Okay,
It was great
for
talking
sure.
to you, bro. All right?
Sure. Darso as well as thank you for the $5. Give some W's for Chris in the comment section right now for the $420. That is nuts. Thank you so much, Chris. As well as Lady Sorella. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50. Thank you for you don't get to talk about breaking the law when you voted for a felon. Literally. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Lady Sorella in the comment section and Chris for the fucking $420. You know what I think that actually means? We got to do a blinker checkpoint. I think that means that there's going to be a necessary blinker checkpoint right there. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker? Yo, I'm 23. Remember
And
we
you sport
talked
Trump?
on DM? I was on Isaiah's live. Remember I told you how I
And
didn't
I
want to debate
accidentally
children?
followed you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, wait. Oh, yeah. I remember this. Alrighty, so why do you support Trump?
Well, to be honest, I am conservative. I did vote Donald Trump, but I'll admit, like, I'm not the biggest Trump fan. I don't agree with everything he does. But when it came down to the election, just voted for Trump because I just didn't trust Kamala based on her VP and her accomplishments. I did look into, who she was and what she's done. And I just, I didn't think either choice was a great choice, but I just voted for Donald Trump.
Okay. Can you name one thing that Kamala Harris did as VP that you disagree with?
Well, her main assignment was the border. And obviously that's like the biggest talking point for Trump or MAGA. And obviously I don't think she succeeded at that. But I'm open to hearing what you have to say, and I've heard your stats and other lives saying like less border crossings under the Biden-Harris administration. And
So by the way, we can bring those up in a second. I do just want to establish what specific policy did she pass in any of these sort of aspects that you disagree with?
Well, it wasn't a policy that I disagree with. I mean, like I see you talking about policies. What?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you don't have a single policy that you disagree with that she did, what are you actually disagreeing with?
No. I'm not. I'm saying the policies that she was, running for and like during her presidential, campaign, I didn't disagree with them. The problem is a lot of what I've seen in the Biden-Harris administration was a lot of policies and this and that, but didn't actually follow through and execute them.
Okay. Well, I can tell you plenty of policies they did pass, right? Such as the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. So they did plenty of the things that they specifically said they were going to do.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like the Inflation Reduction Act didn't reduce inflation. That's what I'm saying. So Like it sounds good on paper, but
Well, let me
like
just
I'm looking
clarify.
at
The Inflation Reduction Act, although it was named Inflation Reduction Act, that wasn't the main goal of it. The main goal of it was actually to build up the level of renewable energy production in this country and actually reduce the deficit. That was
okay.
the goal of it. So it marginally decreased inflation. I think it was like 0.1% down in the long run based upon like CBO estimates, which isn't much. So yeah, I agree that the name is like a little bit misleading within that respect. They could have
Yeah,
named
that's
it
why I was
better. Sure, but
confused.
like
Yeah.
the name of the policy isn't really important. It's
Yeah.
what
No,
is in the policy that's important.
I hear what you're saying, but like I know you're very heavily into politics. I'm not. Like I've told you before, I'm a college basketball player. I don't know all the policies and the X's and O's like you do. I'll admit, like you obviously do this for a living. You debate for a living. Um, and
Sure, but like
there's a
what
lot of
convinces you would be my question, right? Because like I can understand. I want to level with you and understand like where your perspective is coming from. But the point I would make is that if it's not policy, what is it?
what's actually done and how the country is when they're in office is kind of what I've looked at. Because even the Republican Party promises things and doesn't follow through with them. It's not just the Democratic Party.
Okay.
I feel like both parties. There is some like there's wrong in both parties. Not either party is 100% correct in everything that they're saying and saying that they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that there's wrong in both parties. I definitely don't think that Democrats are perfect. There's plenty of criticisms I have of the Democrats. I would just say that they're preferable. But like, yeah, so like, I mean, I'll give you some aspects of how the economy is. I'll lay it out for you, and then I'll just ask you kind of what your thoughts are. Okay. So
Well,
since
I
Trump,
wanted to ask you. Sorry
go
to
ahead.
interrupt you, but I wanted to ask you one thing, just so I'm
Go ahead.
understanding. I wanted to hear your definition slash opinion, like, of what exactly it means to be a liberal. And if, let's say, you were president, what is your dream for this country to look like? Do you want it to be a socialist country? Do you want it to be capitalism? What are your opinion on borders? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Okay. So I would love to answer these questions. I'm going to answer these questions. I do think it's going to move us a little bit off of what we were just originally talking about. So I'm going to
All right, so
ask
we
this
can go
one
back
little
to what we were
point
talking
and
about.
make this little point, and then I want to move to that. I think it's a good question to answer, and I actually will answer that right after. But like I
All
wanted
right.
to ask you because this is about kind of what we were talking about earlier, was that you were saying because of how the country is, you're saying you're going to judge each president based upon that. Well, there's a few indicators about the economy I can reference that since Trump's become president that are a bit different, right? Since Trump's got into the position of presidency in 2025, we saw less real GDP growth than we saw in 2024, right? We saw 2.8% in 2024, 2.2% in 2025. We've also seen unemployment increase in the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration since he got in office, and real business investment decline since Trump got in office. So, since we can take into account all these different factors of the economy have become worse while simultaneously still seeing that inflation is higher,
Yeah.
right, still above
So like,
the target rate, doesn't that indicate that things are worse off for the average person, worse off for the median individual, and therefore you would say Trump is at fault for that?
all right. Well, you said a lot, so allow me to be patient with me while I'm responding.
Sure.
So some of the things you said, I'm not gonna lie. Like I've said before, you have all your facts. You debate. I don't. But like for example, the one thing I'd like to point out, the unemployment rate going up. Wouldn't you say that that has to do with him deporting more people? Obviously, there's going to be more people that are losing their jobs as you're deporting people.
So I actually think deporting people does lead to worse off conditions for employment because immigration, I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that shows that for natural born US citizens, it actually increases the employment rate if there's more immigration. Why? Because when immigrants come to the country, their labor, right, also makes our labor, right, of the people who are already in the country more productive, right? Because there's more workers, makes things more productive, there's more trade going on, right? Which
Right.
means that there's a higher demand for goods and services, which means that there's an incentive for businesses to hire more people as well. So actually, like our GDP, our productivity, we even see wage growth go up for natural born U.S. citizens for the lowest of income of Americans, slightly,
Right.
right, because of immigration. So there's actually plenty of benefits that we see from immigration. Alongside, like, I can point to that there's a Cato Institute study that just came out that shows that there was a $14.5 trillion decrease in deficits over the past 30 years because of immigration.
Right.
And that includes undocumented
Now,
immigration and legal immigration.
yeah. And like I said before about how like I kind of base it off of like what I'm seeing and what's actually happening in the United States. And looking back on Trump's last term, right? Obviously the economy was pretty good. And then COVID happened, which obviously messed up the economy. And I don't feel like there's any president that could handle COVID perfectly. That was hectic. And then obviously when Biden got in, the inflation was higher. Now, obviously, some of that has to do with the pandemic, but that I just want you to understand, like, even though the statistics and the policies might not back it, a lot of people in this country, and the reason that Trump won this election is because they saw how life was when he was in last, and then they saw
Yeah,
how
but
life
how is
was with
life
Biden.
now is what I'm asking you. Is how have things
Well,
got
I
better?
think you have
And the
to. I
answer to
think you
that
have.
question is, objectively speaking, no. Things have gotten worse for the average American, worse for the median worker. So, like,
But
the
I
argument
don't know
that,
if I
we're
agree with
saying, like,
that
oh,
though.
just because things are better off means that you're going to attribute that to the president would actually
I don't.
be an
I
argument
don't
against
really
yourself
agree
right
with
now.
that. I don't agree with that statement though, because when Biden was in, gas was more expensive, and when groceries aren't anywhere near fixed, they obviously still have some work to do. But I think you have to allow Trump some more time. You know, like the tariffs aren't something that just come into play as soon as you put them in place and they just work immediately. It takes time. Not any president's going to come into a broken economy and fix the economy in 1 year. It takes time. So I feel like if you give Trump another 2 years, the economy could get better.
So we know that these things have got worse off because of tariffs, and then tariffs don't decrease prices; they increase prices. So the tariffs working would mean that your prices are going to be even higher. And then secondly, you said gas is more expensive under the Biden administration. Again, due to things that the Biden administration didn't cause. So, like, and again, the
So what
point I'm making
caused?
is that practically every other metric outside of the context of gas prices is worse off. Grocery prices are more expensive. Again, GDP growth is lower. Real GDP growth, real median
So
wage growth
is
is
it true that
lower.
Biden?
Unemployment is higher. Job growth was the worst over the past, worst this last year, over the past 4 years. So it's like
Right. So
basically
is
every
it
single
true
metric
that
is worse.
is it true that Biden shut down the pipeline? I've heard that a million times.
That was actually the Supreme Court, and Biden followed through with the Supreme Court order. If not, then Trump could have brought it back right now when he's in office, which he's not doing. And secondly, it was a Canadian-owned pipeline, so Trump's tariffs would have affected that oil,
Right.
ironically
So
enough.
why was Biden signing off on that, knowing that it would make gas much more expensive?
Oh, it wouldn't because it was never in effect. It was never built. Therefore, it couldn't have made it more expensive because it never affected the supply in the first place.
Well, I thought you just said the Supreme Court and then Biden signed off on it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought that's what you just
yeah,
said.
to shut down the production of it because it was never produced in the first place. This is the XL portion of the pipeline. The rest
Okay,
of the Keystone pipeline is operating.
then could you educate me on why the gas skyrocketed? Because
Yeah,
it was up to
I'll
like
tell you.
$5 or $6 a gallon at
Yeah,
one
I'll
point.
tell you. Because of the fact that there was the Russia-Ukraine situation, which led to us getting less Russian oil. There was a deal that Trump signed with OPEC for them to cut oil production. Right? Those are various factors that led to an increase in the price. Plus, we saw inflation, global inflation, due to supply chain issues.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I said before, some stuff that I can't deny the facts. Now, is there anything?
Okay, so
But I
I'll
would
go
like
back
to.
to the question you asked earlier.
I wanted to just know what it means to be a liberal, and
I got
if
you.
this was your country and you were the president, what would this country look like? And like social, like when I say that, I'm talking about like borders, socialism, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I'm not a socialist. When I say I'm a liberal, that means I believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations. Because I do believe that if you just leave capitalism to itself, right, it's going to inevitably harm the population to irreparable levels. That's why we need to have a socialized response to it. Now, does that mean complete social ownership of the means of production? No, but it does mean that it's going to be within the context of certain specified industries whenever there are market failures or issues that negatively impact the overall of the American people. So all I'm really saying is that we should use the government to benefit the American people when we can and when it does.
Okay. So
And I want to be more specific of what I would advocate for. I want a
Yeah.
universal healthcare system like countries have all around the world, a public option where everyone has access to adequate, fast, quick access to healthcare, right? And quality healthcare in this country there are
Without
no
paying for it
copays, no
or paying for
deductibles,
it?
no premiums. We pay for it through taxes. Right now
Okay.
we pay for it by paying specifically private corporations and private
Right.
individuals, but I just think that should be funded through the context of a overall socialized public system because it will be cheaper. Like other countries, they spend almost half as much per individual as what we do, and they actually have better average health outcomes because having
Yeah, for
healthcare
sure.
set up in this way creates an ability for people to get access to preventative healthcare, which reduces the likelihood of critical chronic healthcare needs in the long run, which are typically speaking more expensive, significantly more expensive than
Right.
preventative healthcare measures.
So like, not to
Right,
get personal here,
but I want to keep going.
but
I do want to keep going, like to tell you my overall position. I want to tax specifically disproportionately the rich and reduce the tax burden on the working class. I would like specifically to ensure that we can actively address climate change, right, and we actively address science. I want everyone to have quality ingredients that they can be able to get localized to them, healthy ingredients that are subsidized by the federal government, right? Specifically to be able to create a better conditions for people specifically that are in food deserts, especially in the United States, and to provide better health outcomes in the long run for the country and provide better access to basic necessities that people need. I think that we need to expand access to childcare, paid maternity and paternity leave, and paid vacation leave like they have in other countries, essentially equalize the same sort of stuff that they have in other countries, expand union membership in the country, and democratization within the context of company situations, not necessarily within every industry, but obviously in what's effective depending on the industry, and provide better like bargaining power for workers. And I can keep
right.
going, but those are just like
Well,
many things that
I'm
I would think are better for the
that's what
country.
I was gonna say. Like, it's you said a lot, and you
Yeah.
always talk fast, so it's hard to like talk about each thing. So I would appreciate it if we could take it like one thing at a time, so I could talk to you about each topic. So like one topic
To
that I
clarify
wanted to,
though, like the question you did ask does require a lengthy and complex
yeah,
response, and
no,
isn't something
I
I can
feel you.
answer in just like one point. I just want to clarify, but go
Right.
for it. Thank you, Sid. I appreciate the
So,
galaxy.
um, I, man, I'm trying to remember, but I remember what you were talking about with the healthcare and how healthcare and like health in general is better in other countries, and I definitely agree with that because I have some people in my family actually who have cancer, unfortunately,
I'm sorry to hear
and
that.
going to other countries and getting care from other countries is actually you have a better chance of getting cured, and I think that the healthcare in America could definitely get better. So I'll agree with you on that. Um, and then there was another point that you brought up that I that was the one that I did disagree with. Did you see with Whitman the Zoran Mandami? Did you see what he did in New York with the free grocery store with the where everyone went in and they basically sold out in like 2 hours? Did you see like what
Uh,
happened?
no, I'm not familiar specifically with what happened in that context. And by the way, I do just want to clarify. Um, um, Specifically, Mom Donnie having a particular policy that you disagree with is totally okay. We're going to test these policies and see how they work. That's what you're supposed to do on localized levels like that.
Right,
I would love to see a lot of those policies that he brought up tested to see how effective they are specifically for people. And obviously, I could have reservations about like whether or not specifically one of them could be more effective
right,
than the other. But the point in the matter is that like you're supposed to
right,
test these policies in these certain
right,
positions to see what's going to be effective on a localized level. When we're talking
right.
about a
I,
federalized level, we have to look at like what's been effective, what there's evidence to substantiate, and if we see
right,
countries all around the world that have healthcare systems that are better off, and Democrats are advocating for a similar system just like that, and Donald Trump hasn't had a plan. He said concepts of a plan for healthcare, right? And it's
right.
coming 2 weeks from now, every single
Yeah.
week, right?
And
It's
like I said, I'm
never
not the
ending.
biggest Donald Trump fan,
Well, then the
but I
point I'm
remember
making
what I
is that
was going to
like
say.
if we want to address healthcare, then it seems like you would probably prefer Democrats within that respect.
Right. Yeah, I could agree with that. But what the Republicans' argument to that is, like it's just not reality to give free health care to everyone. Like
It
that
is.
could get expensive. But it could get
It
really
exists in all
expensive
these
having
other
to
countries, and it's cheaper to do that because think about it this way: there's a cost of healthcare, right? Not when you're paying private health insurers, for example, they have the cost of production, and then they have the profits they take out of it. If you cut out the middleman, you're cutting out the profits. It's necessarily cheaper.
Right. So why didn't
And then
Biden
you
do
have to
this
factor in all the
his
preventative health care that reduces critical healthcare needs and chronic healthcare conditions in the long run, right?
right.
Specifically, which makes things cheaper.
So could you explain to me, because I'm sure like most liberals have this mindset and this, idea. Did Biden try to execute this when he was in?
Yes, but there were people specifically in Congress, such as Manchin and Sinema, that didn't support a public option that restricted it from being able to be passed. We do have to pass the filibuster, which is a bit unfortunate in terms of getting these things passed, but this clearly should be supported. In other countries, like, this is common for conservatives to even support
Right.
because
So
it's literally
if
just common sense and decency.
right, that's what I'm saying. If it was common sense and the benefits were laid out on the table, why are people rejecting this?
It's not that people are
If
rejecting this. It's that corporations and lobbyists and corporate lobbyists reject this because it will limit their profits. So they lobby
right, yeah, yeah,
Congress and Republicans in order to
yeah,
be able to profit more off of it because inevitably speaking, the lobbying costs less than the amount that they would lose if that doesn't happen. Does it make
right,
sense? So they have a
yeah,
profit incentive, a profit maximizing condition that incentivizes them to do that unless we regulate the federal government, right, in a manner in which restricts corporate lobbying, right, and
yeah. I
restricts
agree. I
them
agree
from
with you
having
on
so
that
much
point.
political power over our politicians.
I
And not
agree
to say
with you
that
on
doesn't
that point.
exist over Democrats, for example, like Sinema and Manchin, for example, are definitely people that would be on that type of side.
Right. No, I agree with you on that point for sure. So, like I said, I'm open to hearing your points, and I agree with you on that one. Now, another point I wanted to talk about that you brought up, and now I remember, is taxing the rich more and reducing the taxes for the working class. Now, I wanted to talk about that. So, when you say the rich, could you qualify exactly how much money per year would you call rich? Where you say, okay, I'm going to tax that person more, and if so, how much are you going to tax them?
Well, at each level of income through brackets, we're going to start taxing more. But I do
Right.
think that specifically above $400,000 a year, we can slightly increase the tax rate specifically on that in order to be able to address the needs of the population to a greater extent. And we also need to equalize those types of individual income tax rates for the highest levels of income with capital gains for the highest levels of income. Because there's plenty of people who are very making lots of high of income that are paying high tax rates. They're paying their fair
Yeah,
share,
they
but
are.
plenty others specifically that do not make their money through the context of the individual income tax and pay it that way are paying significantly lower percentages for the amount
Right.
that they're making in terms of income because it's through the context of capital gains. So we need to structure our
100%. So you're
tax
talking
structure in
about
a
like
different way to ensure that the fair taxes that are being paid by many Americans are paid by all Americans to ensure that there's
right.
these types of benefits given to all Americans and not just specifically dependent upon the states. Like I do
So let
think that
me
similar taxation that exists in California should exist around the US, but not to say that California's tax system
right.
is 100% perfect. And by the way, I pay into that tax system. I live in California. So,
Yeah. And California is, you know, I want to just say what I was going to say before, but I was going to say California is a very expensive place to live.
it
But
is incredibly
um
expensive to live, but that's because of how many people want to live here, the weather, and factors that are outside of the context
right.
of the tax system. Because the tax system is actually very preferential to lower income individuals comparative to other
Right.
states' tax
And
structures.
then I live in Florida, so it's actually like kind of similar because it's very nice here. A lot of people want to move here, and but like it's polar opposites when it comes to red state, blue state, obviously. So I don't know. I mean, there's certain parts of Florida that are expensive to live in, certain other ones that aren't. I'm not sure if it's the same way as California, but what I was going to ask was, so basically what you were saying with the tax part is like how the top 1% get to write things off, unquote, and kind of finesse the system and
It's
not pay
not
as much in
just
taxes.
writing things off, it's specifically capital gains tax rates and how they are significantly less than the individual income tax rates, like almost
Okay.
half.
So you're saying 400,000, you're going to increase the
Yeah,
taxes,
like
right?
Kamala Harris wanted to
So
keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and only increase taxes just slightly in terms of a few percentage points on income over $400,000 a year. That would help
right.
reduce the deficit to a greater extent, alongside the fact that it would limit the increase in taxes for lower income individuals. Now, like for example,
Okay.
with a universal healthcare system, would we have to increase taxes on lower income individuals in order to be able to do this? Yes, but proportionally, we would want most of that income coming from the highest levels of income in order to be able to pay for that, because already lower income individuals pay so much into the private healthcare system, they're proportionally going to be paying significantly less into the tax system than they'd be paying into the context of a private healthcare model currently.
Right. Okay. So let me give you a real life scenario here
Yeah.
because I'm curious to hear your opinion on this, right? So my dad, he's an entrepreneur, right? He owns a couple fast food. It's actually a franchise. I'm not going to say the name, but he owns a couple franchise restaurants, right? He worked a 9 to 5 for about 10, 15 years, right? Just like most of America. And he took the risk, right, to take out loans and to put all the money, not all of it, but most of the money that he's made into starting a business, right? Now, a lot of Americans aren't willing to do this. They want to stay with their 9 to 5. They don't want to take risks, right? Because not everyone's built to be an entrepreneur. So my only problem with raising taxes. So do I think we should tax the 1% a lot more, like people like Elon Musk? For sure. Like the people that are like ridiculously out of this world rich, like I would say the number for me would be like above like 5 million or $10 million, like people that have that much money. But like when you get to taxing like the upper middle class, like people who only make, or not only make, but the people who make, let's say 400,000 or $1 million a year, right? Those people took massive risks to be able to get in that position, and I just feel like they should be paying taxes for sure. But I feel like raising that like too high could kind of just like defeat the purpose of
What is
like
considerably too high to you?
like I've heard some liberals say they want to tax like the upper class like 60%. Like that's ridiculous.
I mean, when you get to a certain level of wealth, I wouldn't really have an issue with it. If you're talking like, hundreds of millions of dollars,
Yeah,
would you really
okay,
have much
hundreds
of
of
an issue
millions.
with it?
I'm
Probably
talking.
not. But we're not arguing to take like 60% of someone's wealth specifically who's like, for example, making 40 or making 400,000 to $1 million. We're not saying that, right? I mean, the max you'll pay specifically, for example, in California at those levels is going to be 52%, right? And yeah, I even think that, when we're getting to 50%, that's like enough, right? We're getting to a point where that like at those levels of income, you take 50%, that's a good portion of it. They should be able to maintain probably the rest of it. I don't think taking over 50% is really ever going to be justified, right, at that level of income, right?
Right. So
When you
yeah,
when you
like
get
the
to the
top.
the levels of income of hundreds of millions of dollars to
Okay,
billions of
yeah,
dollars, I
I
mean,
agree
I
with you on
I
that.
definitely think people aren't going to care as much if you get over that 50% threshold, for example.
Right. Well, that's
But
people
like by
that
the
have
way,
so
for like
much money.
typical people who
Yeah.
are making like 200 to $400,000, or even like 100 to 400, 100 to 200,000, like they shouldn't be paying near the 50% even. We want there to be probably like like around 30% is typically what they have in other countries that leads to better
Right.
conditions, right? It's around
So
30% for those levels of income. So there's a bracket structure. It's not going to be 50% even for the people who are making that much money,
right.
which,
So
obviously is
so if
still a
someone
lot.
makes $1 million a year,
Hmm.
would you say it's fair for that person to pay between 30 and 40%?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, that's where I was
That's
trying to
definitely fair.
understand.
If anything, like I would say 40% would probably be like around what you would want at least. Which, by
Yeah,
the way, in
like
California you pay higher than that. California, you'll be paying if you make $1 million or so, you'll probably be paying around half of that, which means you lose around $500,000.
yeah, that's. I just think like that is genuinely insane because the people that are making $1 million are probably not all of
I
them,
mean, but
but
this is
most of
this is
them.
on the profit they're taking out. This isn't on revenue. Like this is profit they're taking out. So I mean, if you're
Yeah, no,
making
I
if you're
understand
making that
that.
much money, you're gonna be good. You're gonna be fine.
No, no, you're going to be
And
good. I
if
understand
you
that.
think about it this way, if we can create a significantly better society, right, that leads to more people who are inevitably going to be buying from your businesses. So it creates stable markets that then lead to a trickle up effect. Whereas if you specifically just give a bunch of tax breaks to the rich and wealthy income individuals, what they're going to do is whatever profit maximizing for themselves, not for the rest of society as a whole.
But I'm not asking for tax breaks for the 1%. Like I said before, I think we should tax the top. When I say top 1%, as I was saying before, it's the people that really like people that make more than $1 million a year. Because to
Yeah,
be honest with you, there is a lot of people that make $1 million per year. I wouldn't like to call those people the 1%. I would like to say they're top 5 or
they
10%. But
actually are top 1%.
okay, well, then there's even a smaller percentage of people that make way more than $1 million
Yeah,
a
like,
year.
and also let's just clarify. When we say top 1%, like there's a big difference between the people who are making 500,000, $1 million, $400,000 a year, even when we're increasing their tax rates, to the people who are making billions of dollars a year. Like there's a significant distinction, especially in the ability to influence politics, right? That you simply
Right.
don't see specifically at those different levels of income. And by the way, again, if you're specifically paying into an individual income tax structure, you are paying higher tax rates specifically if you're already making that amount, specifically in the United States, in plenty of areas, especially liberal states. But like the point I want to make is that that's not carried over to capital gains, because capital gains in the long run is like 20%. So Kamala Harris wanted to do 28% capital gains long run, right, over $1 million. So she was only increasing taxes for capital gains over $1 million and only increasing individual income tax, right, over $400,000 on income over 400K.
Right. Okay. But we both agreed that someone who makes $1 million per year should only be paying between 30 and 40%. Like we can agree with that, right?
Well, I mean, I'd be okay with them paying up to 50% if we could
See,
have a
that's
system that ensures like everyone is taken care of. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I can agree with that because
Why?
because a lot of people aren't willing to do what those people are doing that are making that $1 million. Those people that are making $1
Sure.
million
Okay.
are making.
And you still
They're
are making
working
$500,000 in a year.
I
You're
mean,
still
yeah,
making
but
more than the people specifically who did less,
yeah, but
right?
that's what I'm saying. But like, how are you going to? You have to award the people that worked for that. Not everyone
You
gets
you are
just.
still awarded.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think enough. Honestly, I mean, I know
What
500,000
do you
is a lot
mean?
of money. I don't think 500. I think taking 50% of someone's money who took a major risk, is not fair. That's simply put.
Okay, but like, what is this notion of fairness, right? Because think about it this way, right? Is it a notion of fairness to have a society where people specifically get cancer and they can't afford their bills that they need? Is it a
No,
society
it's
that
not
allows
fair.
for people who are living on the street, specifically who are negatively impacted by those conditions and whether or not they have access to housing, right? People
Of
specifically who don't
course,
have adequate
yeah. I
access to
mean,
childcare. So we have to think about the priorities of society as a whole and the needs for everyone as a whole. And would I be willing to specifically have people specifically who make that much money pay a higher tax rate up to 50% in order to be able to ensure that we have such adequate systems that we have
hmm
great levels of social mobility in our society
yeah,
insofar as that it can ensure that more people can get into those positions? Well, then, yeah, I would say that that's actually a better society than the society where less people can get into those positions, but you get to maintain more of it, and that more people are disenfranchised by the system and don't have access to basic necessities. So really, we're
right.
just talking about is adequate access to basic necessities. Do I prefer that people have to give up this much money? Sure, not. I don't want people to have to give up the money that they made. But we live in a society where we have needs and priorities. And I would prefer to take away that percentage, right? That's again below 50%. I mean, or around 50 or up to 50%, right? In order to be able to, and provide adequate necessities for everyone in our society,
Right.
right?
So I'm seeing some comments here that say generational wealth, that's not hard work. And I agree with them. Like there is some people that are trust fund and they just get money because they're born into a rich family and obviously they have an advantage compared to people that aren't born in a rich family and sometimes that's not fair. But, for example, right, my dad, right? So before my dad, when you go back to my grandfather, etc., none of us were rich. So my dad obviously took risks and put in a lot of hard work, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like for him doing that and stepping outside of his comfort zone and him being able to now take care of his son, me, I feel like he deserves that. Now, like he deserves that as a father. I don't think, but like Elon Musk, like if he was to have a kid, obviously like that dude has so much money he doesn't even know what to do with it. Those type of people, I'm completely cool with taxing people that have hundreds of millions or whatever, even over 10 million. Like I said, 50%. But when you're talking about upper middle class, like people that make $1 million a year or 500,000 a year or 750,000 a year, whatever, I don't feel like those people should be getting taxed 50% because they're not in a position where they have so much money that they don't know what to do with it. They're not like he might want to buy a boat, he might want to buy a nice car, he might want to buy a new
But
house.
how much is it going to impact their life versus what would impact people's lives if we didn't tax up to that level in order to be able to ensure that people are taken care of? So think about what are the alternatives? Okay? Like, of course, you
So
don't want
that's what I
people
was
to have
saying,
to
you could
lose their
tax-
money around that point. What you're not understanding is that what are the benefits that we can maintain from a society given that we do this, right? Think about it this way, right? If we specifically do this tax, could we then create more tax relief for lower and middle income individuals? And then wouldn't that make more sense because then more children will have social mobility to be able to get into the systems like this, and those risks that are taken for future individuals aren't going to be as detrimental, so more people are going to be able to do that, and it's going to
Right.
create more prosperous levels of growth. So I just think that we should bolster social mobility to create better conditions for people to get in these situations rather than saying like, oh, okay, well, of course we can acknowledge it's a little bit unfair, specifically, right, to a certain extent, even if we are going to acknowledge that like they're still going to be okay, right? And they're
Right.
still going to be fine and they're going to have everything that they've ever needed, right?
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. As long as they have enough money to
It's
pretty
worth
much
that in order to be able to ensure that children are fed, to ensure that people don't go bankrupt to, getting cancer and getting things that specifically that happen to them
Yeah.
that they have no control over, right? That they are
Right.
going to be bankrupt because of. It's better than
Right.
specifically people not being able to have access to housing, right, and living on the
Right.
streets, right? It's better than all of those sets of conditions that exist in society. So you have to
Yeah.
think about what would exist otherwise. And yeah, you're giving up some specifically if you're making like fucking $1 million in a year and you're paying up near 50%. But what do other people gain from that? And do we ever consider what's going to affect other people in these contexts rather than just what's going to affect ourselves?
But I think like I could agree with 40%, Parker, just not 50. Like or maybe even I don't know, 45. I feel like you're getting there, but
Okay.
you
I mean,
know,
you know what? That's fair. That's relatively fair. Like I think that there's an argument for some relative disagreement when it comes to that, around 5%. Like that's a totally respectable disagreement. But I think that
yeah,
that argument is so much different than what the Republican Party's arguing that I think that you aren't even a Republican. I don't think you stand behind
I,
Trump
I
if
don't.
our disagreements right here are just on whether or not we want a 45 or 50% tax rate on like
Well,
that
40.
level of
Let's say
income.
40.
That disagreement's incredibly small. Like, let's just
Let's
think
say
about it
40.
in the realistic set of terms. That disagreement's very small. If you think about
Yeah.
the disagreements that you have with Trump, like he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. There's a credible accusation of a minor against
I've
him in
heard
the
all
Epstein
those
files.
too. I've heard all
He's
those
literally
too.
bragged about
And
grabbing women by the vagina without asking.
yeah,
He
I
denies
know.
science in terms of literally the EPA recognizing greenhouse gas
I,
emissions effect
as
in
I've
terms of the
said,
global temperatures.
as I've
So
said
he denies
before,
basic facts. All of these things are so much bigger disagreements than the slight disagreement that you'd have with my side.
yeah.
By the way, Harris's policy doesn't even establish the level of tax rate that you said was too much.
So what is her
Yeah, like
28%?
no, like the
Was that what you
proposed
said?
28% for capital gains tax rate and for individual income. The highest levels I saw in terms of that were around 40% for federal tax. So it's like it was below the percentage that you were okay with. So it's like
Yeah.
I actually think that you are significantly more likely to want to accept Harris's policy on this and Democratic policy on this because clearly it
Right.
doesn't go over what you are saying is too much anyway.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man. Like I was saying before, not the biggest Trump fan. And about the whole civilly liable thing. Like I've heard you say that 1,000 times on your live, and I've done research on it myself. I've seen, the lady Eugene Carroll come out years
Eugene
later.
Carroll.
As soon as she got elected, I saw her come out about it, which I thought was a little bit weird. And then I also tried to find some like evidence of him doing it, like hardcore evidence. I saw there was some evidence, but I didn't see that there was nothing that I saw that said he definitely did that. You know what I mean?
There is. One, he bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. Two, there was a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. 3, there was a dress with DNA on it, specifically unidentified male DNA. And Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA, but he chose not to. He said he never met her. So if he never met her, he would have given up his DNA to prove that he wasn't the scene of the crime. So he didn't have to give up tens of millions of dollars. What would you rather do? Give up your DNA to prove that you weren't at the scene of the crime or lose tens of millions of dollars? Obviously, any reasonable person would say that they'd rather give up their DNA in that circumstance to prove that they weren't at the scene of the crime. They never met this person, right? But there was a picture of them shown together, and in a deposition, again, he said he would have never sexually abused Eugene Carroll because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in that deposition, he mistook her
Right.
with his ex-wife,
So then-
indicating that he
okay,
would have
so then-
sexually abused her either way.
So then my question to you, Parker, is how is this guy our president? If he was
Because
found
people voted for him.
liable, but no, like realistically speaking, if a president is found civilly liable and there's hardcore evidence of them actually doing this, they should not be president and they should be in jail, right?
Yes,
that- but-
I totally agree, but the reason is because it's in a civil court, not a criminal court, because of the statute of limitations on criminal courts that prevents us from prevents victims from holding people accountable who have perpetuated these crimes against them after a certain amount of years since it's happened. And for many victims, it takes decades for them to come out, specifically because of social pressures and limitations that exist, especially when these individuals are in positions of power.
So do you think after his presidency something's going to happen?
What?
Do you think after his presidential term is over that something's going to happen?
With the
him
Epstein
as an
files,
individual?
probably.
Well, didn't they release the Epstein files?
Yeah, and there's a credible accusation against Trump. And by the way, they didn't release all of the Epstein files, and the DOJ was trying to scrub the interviews associated with the person specifically who got a settlement with the Epstein estate and also accused Trump of sexual assault when they were a minor.
All right. So here's where I'm at, Parker, after having a little debate with you. Obviously, there's many other topics we could debate. When it comes to all the policies you've been talking about, I agree with most of them. Now, what steers me away from saying I'm a liberal, and I'll tell you, there's a couple things. First thing being, after seeing the celebrations after Charlie Kirk, that really bothered me. And after seeing, obviously, what happened to Renee Good and Alex Preddy wasn't right, but the difference in reactions we see compared to when you see one of the biggest public figures of the Republican Party get shot, you didn't see any Republicans rioting. But when something happens to what? You didn't. There was no riots.
There were cases specifically of people who were Charlie Kirk fans that were stalking, attacking people specifically for things that they said about Charlie Kirk. I just want to clarify
Maybe
that.
small riots.
Plus,
I'm
there was
talking about like in the
state-sanctioned.
streets.
I just want to clarify. There's a difference here. Literally, name a single person in political office who's a Democratic affiliated that literally celebrated his death.
Right. Okay. All right. Sure.
I don't
Parker,
think
but
you can give me an example, right? But January 6th, Donald Trump pardoned the people who assaulted police officers on that day, and he called them patriots.
Right. Okay.
So that's
What I'm saying-
state-sanctioned violence. With
but
Alex
Parker,
Preddy and Renee Good, literally, the Trump administration called them domestic terrorists and justified them being killed.
The reason they were justifying them for being killed is because they weren't
Murder.
complying. But
Actually, I should say that.
okay. Well, a lot of the reason that people are trying to justify that is because they weren't complying. Now, the difference between each of them
Not
being
complying
murdered,
is not a death sentence.
I agree with you there. But the difference is one was obstructing and one was speaking free speech. Like Charlie Kirk never harmed anybody. He was just speaking free speech.
I don't know if he never harmed anyone, but like I definitely think he was murdered and he didn't deserve it, right? And I can acknowledge that, but there's no specific Democrat in a position of power that celebrated it or justified it. But we can reference the other way around, that there is state-sanctioned violence by the Trump administration, not only by federal agents, specifically the Trump administration props up and gives immunity, but also in terms of like people that they pardoned on January 6th who beat cops because they did Donald Trump's bidding.
Okay. Now, when I'm talking about riots, I saw you mention like specific scenarios, right? What I'm talking about when I say riots is like kind of what was happening during BLM, like out in the street, ripping into stores, looting stores, burning down buildings in the street, unpeacefully protesting. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying rioting. And that's something that we haven't seen from Republicans. That's all I'm saying.
January
And then
6th, are we just ignoring that? I just gave you multiple examples. And can you name a single person who was pardoned who did that by a Democrat?
No.
Then that's a big distinction, is it not? That wasn't support. None of the violence was supported by Democrats, but the violence was supported by Republicans in office. So it's just like that's a big distinction. So you could say, oh, I saw some comments on social media of liberals that were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, but I can point to countless things where specifically you see conservatives celebrating horrible, atrocious violence that's committed towards liberals. And I can give explicit examples as to why. Literally, I would talk to people specifically who would call for the death right, of the Democratic veterans in Congress that literally said said not to follow unlawful orders, unspecified unlawful orders, and Trump did it himself. He called for the execution of them. So quite literally, you see literally the most violent rhetoric from people on the right, and that's just never talked about, never acknowledged, right, by anyone in these conversations.
Right. Okay. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't think I think there's violence in both sides. Like I said before, as I first opened up in this live, there's violence on both sides. I think me and you can both agree on that. There is some
Yeah,
people out there that aren't
but violence
that
is
are
not
not.
supported on in the same way in terms of the Congress members, the people who are in the position of of the power. Is there specifically people who support violence on both the left and the right? Yes, right, proportionally more on the right. But we can acknowledge that that exists on both sides. But what you can't say is that there are Democratic people in Congress, specifically, right, vastly, that do support these in the highest positions of power. You can't say that.
So, okay, I could agree with you there. So you're saying that the people high up in the Democratic Party don't support the people that are obstructing ICE or the people that are
Or violating the law, committing violence.
okay. So what you're saying right now is, but like then there's I know he's not that high up, but the governor of Minnesota, Jacob Frey, obviously, he is
Never
supporting,
condoned any violence.
but he's saying get the fuck out of Minneapolis is like,
Yeah,
you
they
know what I'm
should.
saying?
I agree with him.
But that is supporting
That's
that the
not
people
condoning
now.
violence at all.
Well, it's pretty much saying that the people can go out and unpeacefully protest and he won't do anything about it.
No, he
Like he doesn't
literally
care.
said peacefully protest. There's no way, no point you could point to where he
But
said, yeah, you should commit violence.
but there's people that aren't peacefully protesting that aren't getting like told not to.
You said what? Yeah, and by
There's
the way,
people
this
that
is the mayor, not the governor, by the way. The governor is Tim
yeah,
Walz.
that I misspoke. Um, there's a lot of unpeaceful protesting going on, and those people aren't.
And that's been condemned by all the particular Democratic people in Congress and in the government.
But they haven't stopped, is what I'm saying.
Wait, so I'm confused what your point is. You understand, like, what can Democrats do about this?
Say that we should comply. If you're illegal, you shouldn't be in this country, and you should comply.
So you should comply with unlawful orders? Is that what you're saying?
How is it unlawful orders?
Well, if there are unlawful orders, you do not have to comply, right? So, by the way,
Like
just
they
saying
said to
comply
Renee
is not
Good,
an
step
argument.
out
By
of
the
your.
way, let me
Well,
clarify though. Like, Democrats in Congress literally do say that you should follow the law. You know that, right?
yes, but I'm saying when they said to Renee Good, step out of your car 3 times, like that, how is that
Yeah, and
considered
if she doesn't
complying?
comply, that's not a death sentence.
I agree, but I agree with you there, but we can agree that she should have listened and stepped out of her car, right? We can agree with that, right?
I would say that yes, she should have done that because that would have saved her life in the scenario, because of knowing the fact that she was murdered, right? Especially with hindsight. But I don't. I think it was totally reasonable for her to respond the way that she did, and she wasn't trying to run over any agents.
I know she wasn't trying to run over any
And
agents,
she was
and
in
I'm
that
not
position
saying,
for less than 3 minutes, right?
but I'm not sitting here. Most Republicans would sit here and say she deserved it. I'm not saying that.
Wait, so if you're saying
But what
most
I'm saying,
Republicans would say that she deserves it, well
not
then
most,
why were you blaming liberals for specifically saying that some people on the internet said that Charlie Kirk deserved it?
because there's a
If I
difference.
reposted someone who said that Charlie Kirk deserved it, would you say that no reasonable person would support me?
Yes,
Okay, so if Donald Trump reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, unspecified unlawful orders, would you say that no reasonable person would support Donald Trump?
so why are you saying it's unspecified lawful orders?
Unspecified unlawful orders, because that's what the video said.
So
That's what they
what
said in
I'm
the
trying
video.
what I'm trying to understand from you right now is why when an officer goes up to the car and says get out of your car 3 times, what like I feel like there's a big difference between some like because America's built on freedom of speech, right? We all have the right of our own opinion, and no one should be harmed for that. That's my opinion on Charlie Kirk. I think some stuff that he was spewing
listen.
out, people.
You're responding to my question though. Like, let me repeat. Sorry. So, like, you said if I reposted someone who said Charlie Kirk deserved it, right? That no reasonable person would support me. So I asked you, why wouldn't you then apply that same reasoning to Donald Trump, who reposted someone on Truth Social saying HANG them George Washington Wood in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that told service members in the military to not follow unspecified unlawful orders? Why wouldn't you say no reasonable person would support Donald Trump then?
I'm completely unaware of like everything you just said.
I
Like,
can
I
show
haven't
you if
seen
you'd
that.
like to see. Donald Trump himself not only said that they engaged in seditious behavior that he deemed punishable by death, but he also reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood. So directly called for their death.
Okay. I mean, yeah, obviously I wouldn't agree with that. If you could show me that, I haven't seen it.
I
But
got you. So if I could show you this, you would say that you wouldn't support Donald Trump anymore?
I'm logical, bro. I what I see, I'm not going to deny things.
But would you still
you
say
know,
that you support Donald Trump though after I show you this?
listen, I wouldn't say I support Donald Trump. What I would say is when it comes down to it as a country, I don't agree with the person that Donald Trump is. I think that the things he says is very
President of the
Sorry, I'm showing you.
sounds very like he doesn't sound very educated in a lot of things that he says, and a lot of things that he says is wrong. But the way I think of it is like as a business, right? We want this country to be ran the right way.
The economy
and
is
the
doing
way-
worse off since he got in office. So I'm going to show you this
But
video,
you have-
and then we can have that
have to
conversation
give
if
it-
that's the necessary conversation. But this should convince you that you shouldn't support Trump.
the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding the execution, more specifically the hanging, of any Democrat urging our military to ignore any unlawful order given to them by him. I can't believe that this is a real video. I never thought I would be reporting this headline in my life. And just to clarify, you heard me right. If you want members of our military to honor their oath and uphold the Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published
Can you
by the
pause that?
Washington Examiner.
So he posted that. I'm looking at.
No. Washington Examiner posted this, saying Democratic veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders.
So what I'm trying to understand from you is, can you definitionally explain what an unspecified unlawful order is?
Yeah, so they're essentially saying if you get an unlawful order from any commander or from anyone in government, do not follow that unlawful order. That's all they're saying.
I'm asking for an example of what an unlawful order would
So
be.
by the way, when they say unspecified, that means that there's no specific unlawful order that has been specified. I can give you examples of them, but it's irrelevant to the point because they did not specify any specific order or any specific order that they said should not be followed. They just said if there is an unlawful order that you should not follow it, which is just reaffirming their oath to the Constitution.
Can you just give me one example so I can understand better? Because I'm not
there was
really
a
good at it.
double tap off the coast of Venezuela that specifically was in the situation in which they were literally shipwrecked. So they were out of the fight and they were deemed shipwrecked, yet they specifically decided to do that and continue to go along with the bombing. That was an unlawful order, according to the Geneva Convention.
Is there any unlawful? Because what we were talking about before was with ICE. Is there any?
I can give you another example. How about Mike Pence, where he asked Mike Pence specifically to certify the false slates of electors to try to overturn the 2020 election. Literally, Mike Pence himself acknowledges it was an unlawful order, and he actually denied the unlawful order and didn't go along with it.
So
when
what
Donald
you're
Trump
trying to show me
asked him
right
to
now?
do so. So do
So
you
what you're
think
trying to show me right now?
do you
is
agree
that Donald
with
Trump-
Mike Pence that he should not have followed the unlawful order that he was given on January 6th?
Right. So what you're trying to explain to me right now is that Donald Trump is basically trying to run this country as a dictatorship and wants to do things, like you said, overthrow the Constitution, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can
Is
point
that-
to that in a second. Let's just clarify. Can we go through all these points first? Because he did call for the termination
Sure,
of the
but
Constitution.
one thing I'd like
and
to point out,
establish
Parker,
that. Okay.
one thing I'd like to point out before you start the video is there's leftist news and there's right news. And whenever I watch Fox, I see things that they're accusing the left of, and they may or may not be true. And then I watch CNN, and then they accuse the things of the right that may or not. When I feel like the news actually divided this country, because back then they actually used to report on what's like actually happening in the world, and now there's sides to the news, and they twist stories and they twist.
So when is
words
this prior and when is it now that it's changed?
Like, when did it change?
Yeah, when did it work? When was it truthful? And when did it become not truthful?
I would say it was truthful. Well, it's never 100% truthful, but it was mostly truthful, I would say, in the early 2000s and before that. And it started to get worse as we've went on past 2010 to now.
So why 2010? What changed?
Just biased. There was biased news agencies reporting, deciding on things they want to report.
Like what specifically?
Like,
What changed?
so, for example,
Are you saying Fox News that brought up the tan suit, Dijon mustard, selfies, and things like that as like
CNN
and like
as well.
wearing a bicycle helmet?
Parker, this is like a perfect example. I have a perfect example for you, and I beg for you to see this from a general, like a neutral point of view. So the lady or the girl in, I think it was South Carolina, on the bus that was unalived, right? If we flip the narrative, right? If we flip the narrative and it was a white man who killed or unalived a black girl on the bus, that is something that would have went extremely viral. BLM pretty much would have happened all over again, and it would have been all over the leftist news. Now, it was still in the leftist news, but they kind of moved on it quickly.
You act like this hasn't happened historically speaking. Black women and black men have literally been brutalized and murdered throughout the context of history, generation after generation after generation, and nothing has been fucking said about it. Black people have literally been murdered in the streets, and literally there was nothing done about it. So I don't buy this whole argument that like
no, but it's on both
like
sides.
I don't know
though.
what you're
That's
saying. I don't understand what you're making. That I think it's an incredibly bad example, especially historically in this country. Right? That's how many times. How many times can we point to? How many examples can we point to of this happening specifically, and there was not enough done, or there was no accountability applied?
That's exactly
right? You
my
have to
point.
acknowledge that.
Yes, I'm acknowledging it.
And
That's
also,
exactly
like, no, it's specifically like when undocumented immigrants do it, because undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to naturally born U.S. citizens. And for some reason, right, they're only going to specify and look at the crimes of undocumented immigrants rather than the crimes of the literal president they supported.
I've heard those points before. You have like these points in your mind. You repeat them on every debate, but. What I'm trying to explain to you is...
Well, then why haven't you thought about these things? Why don't you have the ability to respond to them if you've heard them so many times before?
What I'm trying to explain to you, if you would stop interrupting me, because I haven't interrupted you.
I apologize.
With these news outlets, right? Let's just use Fox and CNN as an example. They choose things to report that fit their narrative. Both sides, CNN and Fox. And that example that I just gave is a perfect example of something that would be Fox News would report like crazy and CNN would only report on it as little as they possibly can. Whereas if the narrative was flipped and let's say, like I was saying, if it was a white man who unalived a black girl, that would be something that CNN would never let go of. That's my point, is that there's both sides of the news agencies that are dividing this country that pick and choose what they want to report on their news, and it's on both sides.
Are you just saying there's bias in news? Is this the conclusion of the argument?
Yes,
you're saying
that
bias
news
didn't exist prior to the 2000s? That just makes no sense.
It's way worse than it used to be. I think you can agree with that.
Because of people like Donald Trump.
But that's why the country has divided significantly recently. The country has never been this divided before, Parker.
Why do you think that is? That's because Donald Trump literally tried to get 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen from them. He incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol. He pardoned violent rioters. He beat police officers. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and not follow unlawful orders. He calls us the Antifa domestic terrorists that are literally the enemy within and trying to destroy the country from within. You understand that Donald Trump is the one actively expanding that level of division to significant amounts of levels that have not not existed prior, and
I
that's
would say
because of
he's
the
a-
people that you support. So why can't we apply any of this accountability to Republicans and to Trump anywhere near to the same degree that we apply them to Democrats?
I,
Like, please.
I would say that he definitely expanded it, but I would say a majority of it was even before he was president. It wasn't just when Donald Trump got into. You can't blame this whole division on this whole country on
I'm not
Donald
saying
Trump.
it's only Donald Trump. I'm just saying that Donald Trump makes it significantly worse. So we should probably address your support for Trump, and probably you shouldn't support Trump if you care about division in this country. I genuinely don't understand how any reasonable person could have the virtue of unity, but then they specifically still support Donald Trump because he's the most divisive candidate you could possibly support in the race.
The reason I voted for him, Parker, was because of the way the border was going under the Biden-Harris administration.
Can you name
And
one
like
policy of the Biden-Harris administration that you disagree with? If you can't mention the specific policy, then what you've been is you've been propagandized by the narratives of Fox News and Trump that there was this horrible thing that was happening in the context of the border, and you're not even sure specifically what it is if you can't answer that.
you're just asking me to name one policy that
Yeah.
I don't agree with.
Name one policy
The Inflation Reduction Act. I don't think it did anything.
that has nothing to do with immigration.
Well, that's just one. You asked me to name one. I named one.
I asked you, I was
You want me
asking
to
you
name
about
it-
immigration. Can you name one provision within the Inflation Reduction Act that you disagree with?
Listen, Parker. As I said before, the policies on paper look good. It's about what actually
Wait,
happens.
can
though.
you name any provision within the Inflation Reduction Act that you disagree with?
I thought we were talking about. You said you wanted me to talk about immigration.
Well, I mean, you said that you disagree with it, so I was just
Yeah, I
clarifying you
disagree
knew what
with
you're
it
talking
because
about.
it didn't lower inflation, and I know you said it should have
But
a
I
different
asked you
name.
name a provision that you disagree with.
I don't know the specifics of it. I just know it
Okay,
didn't
so
lower
let's
inflation.
just clarify. You don't know specifically what you disagree with in terms of it, so that's
just
not
know it
enough to
didn't lower
specifically say that
inflation.
you disagree with the overall policy. That's not enough to say that you disagree with the overall policy because that wasn't the main goal of the policy, even though it's named that way. The name does not specifically change what the policy actually is in itself. We already went over that earlier. Now,
So then
do
that's
tell
on
me a
them- that's on
policy
them then.
on immigration specifically that you do like of Trump and that you dislike of Harris.
You asking me another question?
Yes.
What's the question?
Name a policy that you like of Trump's in terms of immigration, and name a policy that you dislike in terms of Harris's on immigration.
I'd have to. I don't know. I'd have to pull up all the policies. I don't know them off the top of my head, but like I've said before, Parker. I don't know all the policies and the X's and O's like you do, but what I have analyzed is the state of the country of when one was in office and when another was in office. And what I've seen is it was out of control border wise when the Biden Harris administration was in, and it was on lockdown when Trump was in before that. That's just what I've analyzed.
Okay. So, did you know at the end of the end of the Trump administration, there were actually higher border crossings on a daily average comparative to the end of the Biden administration? So, actually, the
Right,
border
and
that
that's-
Biden inherited was less secure than he handed over to Trump. Did you know that?
Right. Now, Parker, that's another statistic that you give. And what the guy
just
was
because I
saying.
give you a statistic doesn't mean that it's something that you shouldn't take into consideration.
No, I'm taking it into consideration, Parker. But as I was saying before, I remember the guy who was on live with you before I was actually in the live, and he was saying, like, have you ever actually gone to the border? Right? Have you ever actually seen it firsthand? Have you ever actually said, hold on a second, these statistics that we're getting might not be accurate? They might just
do you,
be
do you
like
think Mars exists?
Do I think Mars exists? Why does this have to do with anything?
Have you been to Mars?
That's a really bad red herring right there.
No, it's not. I'm asking genuinely. Have you been to Mars?
No,
you haven't.
no, I haven't been
Does
to
that mean that
Mars.
you don't know that Mars exists? Do you think the Holocaust happened? Yes. Were you there? No. So that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
There's hardcore evidence of it.
So hardcore evidence. That's exactly what I'm saying. I believe in things because I have evidence.
You don't have hardcore evidence
For what?
that there were less border crossings under Biden-Harris administration.
I do. I can show you a literal, a Politico article that literally reports on the data in terms of the daily crossings. If you'd like to see it, the Politico article.
Was it a leftist? Was it a leftist article or leftist?
No, I
news
don't
agency?
consider them leftist, but like you understand that they're just reporting on the numbers.
So then my question to you, Parker, is why is there right news saying
Just
that there's more?
guess how much border
It,
crossing
you,
numbers plummeted when Biden put in a new policy, Politico.
it really gets bad because then you don't really know who to believe because the leftist agencies are lying and the right agencies are lying.
No,
So like,
they're getting it from the DHS in terms of the numbers. So address it that way.
what's the DHS?
The Department of Homeland Security. Jeez.
Okay.
Okay, here's my point. I think that these things are critical to know before you have these types of beliefs.
Why?
Why? Because you don't know the policies that you disagree with. You don't know what policies you agree with. You've just heard these propagandistic narratives from both sides, and that's why you're confused. That's why you don't know who to trust. So what I'm telling you is you should look into these things more critically.
Why?
Right?
But why is
Reasonably
it?
think about them. I'm not even just saying literally just listen to what I'm saying and believe it just because I'm saying this. I'm giving you evidence when I believe these when I tell you these things, right? I'm showing you reason behind what I believe.
No.
And then I'm saying based upon those reasons you should believe this.
Right. Now, where my disagreement comes with what you just said, which it sounds good, is there's like with everything you agree with the Kamala Harris, for example, with her policies. Huh?
Kamala, just telling you. Or you could just say Harris.
Okay, I didn't know I pronounced it wrong. But there's a lot of things, I used to watch Charlie's debates all the time, and I saw you debated him on Jubilee. And a lot of the things that he kept saying was that they do a lot of promising but not delivering. And that's why when you say all these policies, it's hard for me to just get on board with it because when they were in office, they didn't really do much.
I just named a bunch of policies, and you couldn't even fucking respond to them. By the way, you just said I named a bunch of policies. Those are all things they did when in office. So if you acknowledge that it was a bunch of policies, then you acknowledge that they did a bunch of things while in office.
They didn't.
And by the way, they've done more than Trump did by far. Okay, can you name can you name 2 of Trump's policies overall?
No, I can't. But
okay.
Parker, this
so
is
how
why.
are you, okay, if you don't listen to my point here. This is a critical point. If you don't know the policies, how can you evaluate who has more policies?
I'm not evaluating who has more policies.
You are. You were trying to say the Democrats don't have enough policies. Didn't do enough.
I didn't say that.
If you don't know what either side has done, how can you evaluate that? You don't know enough to make that analysis.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying they don't have enough policies. What I'm saying is they have a lot of. You're saying that what you just said is that I am arguing that they don't have enough policies, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is they have a lot of policies.
They didn't do enough things. That's what you're arguing.
No. What I'm arguing is they have a lot of policies that they've talked about doing, but they don't actually deliver and do them.
Yeah, I'm talking about things they did deliver upon. Everything I mentioned was things that they delivered upon. So if you acknowledge that that's a lot of policies that they delivered upon, then you're acknowledging they did a lot. I don't know how this is complicated.
Okay. So basically, to finalize things, what I believe in is based on my firsthand experience, and that might not be the right way to go about things. Maybe I should do more research, but like I've always planned to buy a home at a young age, right? And when Trump was in office, then Biden Harris went in and it just inflated.
Trump's actively acknowledging that he wants to keep home prices up because he wants to keep people quote unquote wealthy.
Okay. Well,
Kamala Harris wanted to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. That would have directly positively impacted you, and instead of looking into the policies that she supported, you just decided to believe the propagandistic narratives from Trump.
I was open to switching during the Biden Harris administration. I was open to that, but they didn't like you're talking about. She could have did this. She could have did that. She would have did this for you.
She said this in the debates. Did you watch the debates?
Yes, but why didn't they do it when they were... She said this in the debate,
so then you either didn't pay attention or you weren't, caring that she said that.
No, I'm saying when they were in for 4 years, why didn't they do it then?
Okay. Why didn't they...
Because she was vice president.
Listen, that's like saying Trump was president in his first administration. Why didn't he do everything that he was running on in his second administration in his first administration? Because you can't do everything in an administration. Otherwise, no candidate would be able to run for a second term. That makes no sense at all.
But Parker, when they went into office, the Biden and Harris administration, the two biggest issues
By the way,
in this
she was
country was.
VP too, not even president. You understand that, right?
I understand that. I understand that, but I'm sure her and Biden had a lot of agreements on things. But what I'm saying is when they went into office, right? When Joe Biden got elected, I think we can both agree that the two biggest problems in this country during that time was inflation, the prices of things, and the border. And they didn't do anything about either of them.
So they
That's
tried
what
to
I'm
do a
saying.
bipartisan border bill. Donald Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails," and then they literally did a executive border policy because they couldn't even get a legislative one because of the fact that Donald Trump undermined the bill. And then in terms of inflation, inflation is dealt with by the Federal Reserve, not by them. And also there was global inflation that happened all around the world because of the pandemic, not because of their administration. So again, these are things that were just attributed to the Biden administration because genuinely the American public didn't pay attention enough critically. They associated just because it happened under the Biden administration to be caused by the Biden administration instead of, relying upon basic understanding of statistics that just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. Okay? Like that's
So
genuinely like one of the biggest reasons why people voted this way. That's why I'm trying to get people to critically think
yeah,
more, involve
yeah,
themselves more,
that's
because they just bought the propagandistic narratives that Donald Trump was perpetuating rather than actually critically thinking
right.
about it and looking for
Now,
reason, evidence, or facts. And okay, by the way, I'm not trying to be rude, but that's seriously what was applicable to you here. And like I'm genuinely
yeah,
just trying to get you to realize that you should look for policies, reasons, things you specifically support, rather than just buying into these general narratives, because that will
right.
confuse you inevitably.
Now, I agree with you. I am one of those people that voted on firsthand experience, what I've seen under each administration, examples, prices of things, prices of housing, prices of gas. That's what most of this country voted on, and that's why Trump won
No,
because
that doesn't mean you shouldn't vote on those things. It just means you should only vote on those things if they were caused by the precedent, or if there was something
right,
that
but
you could
most people
meaningfully
think
point to that they did that then led to this. Otherwise, it's literally just something that happened. Like, for example, that's like me saying, specifically because my relationship began under the Biden administration, that I'm going to thank Biden. Thank you, Joe
okay.
Biden, for my relationship with my girlfriend, who's absolutely amazing, and I love her so very much. Thank you so much, Joe Biden.
So
W's
then,
for
so
Joe
then,
Biden in the
Parker,
comment section right now. Wouldn't have been able to do it without him.
My question to you would be, when Trump was president, his first term, right, those 4 years, he had to have done something, or the country had to have been great for everyone to vote him back in. Could you at least acknowledge something or some things that he did that was good that made everyone re-vote for him? As a
Um,
liberal, can you admit that he
I,
did
I,
anything good in his first
Operation
term?
Warp Speed, but he can't run on that because his base is super anti-vax now.
So why was the economy so great? Why was
It was a
everything so
trend
great?
from the Obama administration that Biden or that Trump just literally inherited.
And it stayed good for 4 years?
You understand that like it was inflation was trending up, GDP was trending on the same from literally the Obama administration. There wasn't like some massive increased level of growth, and if you want to see specifically, like that trend started in I think it was like 2011 or so,
Okay, so what you're
2012
saying,
around there.
so you named one thing. That's the only thing he did in his whole 4 years. Because everyone in America was saying how amazing he was doing. And you're only naming one thing. Which kind of leads me to
Overall, like
believe.
I can tell you provisions within certain policies that I agree with, but in terms of overall policy, there's not really much you can point to. I'm serious.
Okay, I mean,
Try it. You couldn't earlier. I mean, I have these conversations every single day, and genuinely,
yeah, I
like,
know.
dude, I
I
would be
know.
able to mention things I agree with. I can mention you provisions, but overall policies, dude, that's really fucking rare to find a good
Okay.
one from the Trump
All right.
administration.
So as we're getting further into this conversation, I'm agreeing more and more with you. And as I was saying before, what leads me still to the right rather than the left is that some of the things that the leftist people believe in, I just cannot wrap my brain around.
So
And I'd
because you
appreciate.
disagree with some left-wing people does not mean that you agree more with Trump. You can
Like I said,
disagree with certain left-wing people and still think that Harris is a better candidate. Did you know that?
no, I can't get on board with that either because
By the way,
I
there are
always
plenty of Democrats and leftists that I disagree with. We all have
So-
disagreements. Within a coalition, you don't have to 100% agree with
So,
each other.
the one-
That's actually one of the things that I argue for, is literally saying that we do not have to 100% agree upon literally everything to work together in terms of politics.
Right.
That's
now,
a made-up lie.
The one thing that I saw all the time was Charlie asking people what is Kamala Harris's greatest accomplishment?
Kamala.
No one could.
I
Okay,
can
no one
absolutely
could
answer.
answer.
I answered, right? And by the way, like, yeah, I literally had these conversations. Just because he's asking some people and they couldn't answer is like how I ask Trump supporters and they can't answer. You're not going to say that all Trump supporters are going to be reflective specifically of those certain Trump supporters that can't answer, such as yourself, by the way.
Well, if you ask me his greatest,
Such as
accomplishment,
yourself,
I
by
could
the way.
tell
I
you.
don't know why you're
I could
using
tell
that as a.
you.
Sorry, I actually can't fathom that you're using that as a point against liberals when I literally asked you that exact same question and you couldn't answer.
No, if you asked me, you didn't ask me that. You asked me his policies.
I
Now, if
asked you for
me his-
all the policies. You couldn't even mention any of them.
But if you asked me his greatest accomplishment, I could answer that.
What's his greatest accomplishment?
He's ended multiple wars.
Such as?
He freed Palestine. So
No, he didn't.
let's-
He did
Yes,
not
he
free
did.
Palestine. No,
Yes,
he
he
did
did.
not.
Well, then why did I see that everywhere?
Because Palestinians were literally mass starved under Trump's administration and mass murdered to extents literally that were even greater than what existed prior, which, by the way, was already significantly high. Right? You
Right.
understand
Now,
that
what about all
he's
the-
perpetuated the continual genocide of the Palestinian people. They're definitely
Now-
not free. Okay?
What
Now,
about
by the
all
way,
the
tell me,
people-
what are these wars that he ended? Because the Russia-Ukraine war has not ended. So tell me, what wars did he end?
India and Pakistan.
Again, both sides did not agree to that. I'm pretty sure India said that they specifically did not work with the United States in order to do that. They give you the galaxy.
Israel and Iran.
That was started by the U.S. and Israel. You can't say that he started this and then cause the end of the thing that they started and then literally grant that to him. By the way, that's like me slapping you across the face and then literally being like, you know what? I'm done now. We're done. Right? And
Armenia?
then being like, you know what? I actually ended that fight. I ended that fight.
Armenia?
I've ended so many fights because I just slapped
Armenia?
a bunch of people across the face, dude.
Armenia.
I don't think that there was a continual set of peace that's existed there. I think that that's also been disputed as well. None of the things that you just brought up were legitimate, by the way. You've been disputed on every single one of them. And yet, again, I don't understand what this argument is. This is not a legitimate basis, right? You're saying they ended
You
all of
asked me
these
to
wars.
name wars. I'm
That-
naming them.
You couldn't even know. Those were not the greatest accomplishments because you could even mention what specific wars he ended because the ones you were referencing weren't even specific ones that he ended.
All right. Okay. So when he was president for 4 years and the country was great, is that not an accomplishment?
So, by the way, that's a ridiculous thing to say. I could say that under the Biden administration. Yet it was so great
Trump-
under Biden. The economy was incredible. Is actually greater than you've ever seen before.
Yeah, but me personally, I don't think the country was great under the Biden Harris administration.
Okay, so actually tell me what metrics are better under Trump since he got in office.
The gas was cheaper when he was in. The groceries were cheaper when he was in.
Groceries
Houses
are more
were cheaper
expensive
when
since
he
he got in office. Houses are more expensive since he got in office.
No, I'm talking
You
about
said gas. Gas is less expensive, sure, but that's not because of Trump. What did Trump do to reduce gas prices?
I'm talking about not this term. I'm talking about his last.
We're talking about this term. We're talking about this term right now.
Okay. Well, he inherited a very bad economy, so he's currently trying to
So then
fix
why
that.
have things become worse since he got in office? In 2024,
Because he
we had
put
higher
tariffs in place.
Listen, yeah.
which-
So tariffs made
Yes.
things worse, and then you're blaming
Yes.
Biden. That makes no
Yes.
sense to blame Biden for
He
something
put
Trump caused.
He put tariffs in place, which means taking one step back to take two forward. Eventually, it will make
When
the
are
economy
we
better.
going to take these two forward? Because it's not happening.
Within the next year or two.
How do you know? Wait, seriously, how do you know? Tell me.
Because when you look at other countries that have enforced tariffs, over time they work.
So, what countries?
I'll have to look it up.
Okay, what is a tariff?
Taxing or not taxing. Basically, for anything that comes into the country, you're paying for it. Like people have to pay for it rather than importing it for free.
Who pays that?
The taxpayers, right now.
So the American taxpayers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, by the way, it's paid by U.S. companies and U.S. consumers, mostly by consumers, right? And you think that's a good thing, that there was a $1,500 increase in the average cost for consumers in this country because of Donald Trump's tariffs that has led to lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024, lower real median wage growth, right? Lower real domestic manufacturing investment, lower business
Right.
investment,
So I'm looking here.
lower levels of job growth that we've seen in the past 4 years.
I'm looking here at all these countries who have tariffs. Now, Parker, my question to you would be: is why do these countries have tariffs? Obviously, because they've been proven to work. So why are you so opposed to us trying to enforce tariffs? So
Because
China
tariffs
has them,
change the burden of
Canada,
taxation.
Mexico,
Yeah, they don't have
Brazil,
universalized
India,
tariffs like what Trump is advocating for.
Japan, and South Korea.
They do
Russia,
not have
Norway.
universalized tariffs. What country has universalized tariffs? Ask
Let me look that up.
ChatGPT. You're asking
What?
right now.
Yeah, I am. Is that bad?
I'm just making a joke. Casey, thank you so much for the $3. Really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you, Benjamin, as well. Thank you for the $2. Tom, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Tom, thank you for the $50
So-
on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, that was a great point. Thank you so much, Tom. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Lion of God, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually haven't seen that. As well as Hannah, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Tara, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tara. That's amazing to hear. W's for them as well in the comment section. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Give me some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I know completely once they're born, they just completely forget about that. Tabitha, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. That was for the last guest. Thank you very much. Bruno, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Jessica with the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Jessica in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you, or on PayPal. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Seriously, that is so kind. Arlene, thank you so much for the $20. Bruno, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I see you now. I did start my stream. Thank you so much, Bruno. Archangel, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Archangel in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them, as well as Who Told You This? Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Erato, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Al, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15.
Parker,
Thank
are we
you so
getting
much.
back to the debate, man?
Hey, dude, you've been on for almost an hour and 30 minutes, and I've just first thanked people. Oh, an hour and 20 minutes almost. If anything, I've kept you on too long before I've thanked people.
All right, my fault. You can keep going. Go ahead.
Thanks, Al. Thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Who Told You. Thank you so much for the $5 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, go ahead. Continue with what you're saying, man.
Well, I was looking at the universal tariffs, like you said. Obviously, the United States is the first country that's mentioned. It says the United States, as of February 2026, has implemented a 15% temporary universal global tariff on most imported goods. So I'm seeing keywords here that says temporary and most. So is it not like a permanent thing that he's doing it for? Or is he testing it out?
It's no, because the Supreme Court shut down his other tariffs is unconstitutional.
Okay.
So he's looking for other statutes to try to get away with it.
So why is he pushing so hard for tariffs, Parker?
Because he's an idiot.
Well,
And he wants to shift the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income. He cares more about the large corporations than he cares about the average American.
Okay. So that's the reason that he's inputting tariffs is because of that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I guess these other countries then that have tariffs is that why they're doing it?
So they have targeted tariffs. Those are for specialized industries. Targeted tariffs are okay. The Biden administration had them. Universalized tariffs are detrimental and stupid.
Okay. So before, obviously he just announced this universal tariff thing in February 2026. So before this, was he doing targeted
He did
tariffs?
not just announce tariffs in 2026. He was doing tariffs prior to that point.
No, universal tariffs.
He did universalize tariffs prior.
Well, here it says February 2026.
Yes,
the
he
United
did new universalized tariffs after the other ones were shut down by the Supreme Court because they're unconstitutional.
So is this one constitutional?
It's probably not. It's just it takes time for the court process to go through that.
But it says has implemented. Doesn't that mean it's already kind of been passed if it says has implemented, which means it has been done?
He implemented it, right, just recently after the Supreme Court made his other tariffs designated as unconstitutional.
So he pretty much adjusted it to whereas it could be constitutional?
No, he specifically is trying to use a different statute and impose tariffs under a different statute.
What does that mean?
He's trying to use different policies to be able to enforce tariffs.
Okay. So, all right. So what you're saying basically is that tariffs eventually won't make our economy better.
They already have made it worse.
No. Eventually is my
Yeah,
my
yeah,
point.
they're not going to make it better.
So in 2 years, you don't think the tariffs will improve our economy because
Nope,
obviously they've worked for other countries. Why wouldn't
nope,
they work
not
for
from
us?
a net basis.
Well, why do other countries still have them in place if they haven't worked?
Because those are targeted tariffs, not universal tariffs. Targeted tariffs can be useful specifically to build up certain types of specialized industries built upon certain specialized needs.
Okay. All right. Well, then I guess I agree with targeted tariffs then, and not universal tariffs.
Okay.
So
That's
has
the
any country
Democratic position.
has well, Democrats don't enforce any tariffs. But I wanted to ask you, was there any?
They do. They do targeted tariffs.
Okay. So then why when Trump first got elected, everyone was talking about tariffs, but during the Biden and Harris administration, I haven't heard a thing about tariffs.
There were targeted tariffs, so we did hear things about tariffs. You probably just weren't having
So
those conversations. Like, for
was
example,
there
on EVs.
was there a country that has done universal tariffs before? Like ever, historically speaking?
Yeah, historically speaking, universalized tariffs have existed. They
And
haven't been
what countries
effective.
did them? What countries did them?
The U.S. has had tariffs that have been universalized in the past, and it was detrimental and created conditions prior to the Great Recession, or not Great Recession, the Great Depression. Sorry.
Right. Now, I was hearing towards the end because I heard you say recession, and towards the end of the Biden Harris administration, I was hearing two things, Parker, and you could tell me. I know you're going to say both of them are false, but I don't know why I was hearing this from both people that were liberal and Republican. I was hearing two things. Number one, that we were close to a recession, and number two, that we were close to a war. Are either of those true?
I don't think we are. I mean, there were points under the Biden administration that we were close to war, not necessarily because of Biden, and there were points that we were close to. Uh, what was the other thing you said? Close to what?
Recession.
There was a point that we were close to a recession. Economists were having a heated debate on whether or not just 2 quarters of negative real GDP growth is qualified as a recession if there's not indications in terms of unemployment of that happening and a qualified continued trend of decrease in GDP. So I mean, from what I've seen, economists are tending to lean towards like there wasn't really a recession, but I mean, you could say we were close.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily
Now,
mean it was because of Biden.
right. So both things that I just said, you said weren't because of Biden. Now,
Yes, like what did he
obviously,
do to cause that?
right. So obviously, as you've known, we've been on a debate for an hour and a half, and I haven't been able to name specific policies or X's and O's like you've been looking for. But when you were on Jubilee and you debated someone who was knowledgeable of specific policies, someone like Charlie, what was his stance on why the Biden and Harris administration wasn't a good? Because you sat there in the Jubilee room listening to him debate for a long time. Was there anything that you agreed with him on in terms of why the Biden and Harris administration wasn't a successful administration? Because that's what he was arguing.
Practically no. Like basically all of his arguments he had were pretty bad. I'm gonna be totally honest with you.
But he had specific. I watched the whole thing, and there was
Yeah,
fact checks, that he said that were true. So there has
such
to be
as.
some. I mean, I'm not gonna pull up the. I watched it like a year ago. I'm not gonna pull
So,
up the whole two
and
hour
let me be
video.
clear. I do think that the fact checker they have is a little bit um weird sometimes. Like sometimes they'll bring up facts that are like irrelevant to the claim that's made. I don't think they really have a good fact checker with Jubilee. But I mean, I can point to you specific points in the conversations I've had with him where he just straight up made complete bullshit arguments,
Well, I
right? And
thought
didn't
I
know what he was
watched your
talking
one.
about.
I watched when you debated him about the God, the Father thing. I honestly completely disagreed with you on that one.
I bet you're Christian. I'm assuming.
I am. I'm
So
Catholic.
I understand how that argument can be confusing. It makes sense though, right?
I
God the
disagree.
Father, right, is prior to incarnation indicates that you use Father in a context and is not which is not biological. So all I'm really arguing is that he doesn't use it in a biological sense in all contexts, and just because he and by the way, also I was trying to point out the fact that he didn't really have a definition that he could specify
Yeah,
because
but
his
he said
biggest
you could
and
say
by the
God
way,
the
let me
Mother.
clarify
If you want to say
before
God the Mother, you could say
let me
that.
please clarify, which by the way you don't say, and historically speaking that's not the case, and by the
But
way
you can say
that still means that you're gendering it when there's not biological characteristics that represent it, so it's still indicating it's not biological. But the point that I'm making is that he doesn't have a specified definition, and he's answering it in the same way that specifically he would make fun of people for doing so. Prior to the episode airing, he actually had pinned on his TikTok profile a video of him asking someone what a woman is, and then making fun of the fact that they said specifically, "You're looking at one." And by the way, in that debate, that's exactly what he said.
So Parker, what is a
Unironically,
woman?
exactly what he said. He said, "You're looking at
Parker,
one," when I asked him what a man is.
Parker, and this is why I'm saying it's hard for me to go left because I don't know if you saw the thing in court or I don't know where it was at, but he asked the lady if can men get pregnant, and she refused to answer the question. That is just exactly why it's so hard for me, even though I agree with
So,
some
so
of your
by the way,
policies.
we disagree on how gender is used. It does not mean that you're going to say that you don't support my policies in terms of politics, because that specific definition has no meaningful impact in terms of policy, right? That would even be relevant. So it's such a little thing to disagree upon. It's like disagreeing upon who's the GOAT in basketball, and then you using that as like some sort of inferential argument for why you won't support me as a candidate for political office. Like that's ridiculous. Right?
But Parker,
Let's be clear there.
if someone,
Secondly, I just want to acknowledge that trans men are men and trans women are women, right? And there can be situations specifically where trans men, right, specifically have uteruses and can get pregnant, and I still designate them as men.
so if I was to ask you, can men get pregnant? That's your answer. It's not a yes or no
Yeah,
answer.
so it depends on the way that you're using the term men. And the way that I use the term, yes, some men can, because some men have uteruses, i.e., trans men. But people
But
who
I'm
are
saying,
biologically male cannot.
okay, that's
Does
what I
that
was
make
looking
sense?
for. If you're
So
born
so
biologically
let me
male,
clarify. I'm not disputing biology. I'm not disputing science. I'm simply just saying that gender can be used in social context and biological context in both ways, and that both ways are valid in terms of using them that way. So that's my
okay,
view.
so well, you said biological males can't get pregnant, which I'm
Yes,
happy you can agree on that because
of
that's
course.
what I was under. Well, this is where I get confused because this gets very complex.
Yeah. So why the reason why you're getting confused is because you're equivocating the way that you're using the term with the way the other person is using the
So
term in that
social
scenario.
constructs. Could you explain to me when you say social constructs,
Yeah,
right?
like your name.
What exact?
Your name is
Okay,
socially
so
constructed.
gender
It's
is a
an
social
aspect.
construct.
Yes, absolutely.
So if I woke up tomorrow and said I'm a woman, I'm a woman.
No, because you specifically never had the commitments to be in accordance with certain sets of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of your gender identity. Okay, so you don't have an association with those concepts. So given that you don't, right, you can't just wake up someday and that would be the case. That's not how it
So
works.
I would have to take, you know,
You would have had to have
specific.
originally have had those particular types of commitments, which is not ever going to be possible with you as an individual, because you as an individual are not trans.
So if I say I'm trans, right?
No, just
We
okay.
can
So
both.
you can lie to me. So by the way, your argument being that you can
No,
lie
no,
to
no. I'm
me
saying if
is
I
not
actually
evidence that
went.
trans people who are
No,
actually trans,
I'm not.
right, are specifically invalid in their identities. That's not an
No, no,
argument at
no.
all.
I'm not saying I just wake up tomorrow and I'm trans. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if I actually decided that I wanted to be trans and I wanted to go do whatever is
That's not how
needed
it
in the step.
works. It's not just like a volitional decision that someone makes. It's an incongruence that someone has when they naturally respond to the types of environment in terms of the social constructs of gender exist. So that's how they naturally respond to this, is that there's an incongruence in terms of their gender identity in their mind and what physically is represented in terms of their body. So that's specifically what it is. It's not just like one random day that you can just change this or choose this. That's not how it works.
But if I wanted to, I could transition if I wanted to. That's my choice.
No,
Why not?
because you're not trans.
Well, yet.
You can't just change to be trans. That's not how it works.
Well, there's people that do it,
There's people who are trans and they always were trans.
but they're not born that way.
I think that the concept of gender that we have is something that we naturally respond to. So although we don't have a conception of it as a newborn, as I did not have a conception of what a boy is, what a man is as a newborn, we gain those things in terms of understanding over time, and it's not something we are volitionally choosing, but rather something that we naturally respond to.
All right, so
And when I say naturally respond to, I mean that there's not like a volitional choice, and this is just how I happen to respond to it, and what I specifically have a desire to be in accordance with.
So you're saying that there's certain people that are born, right? Male or female, right? We can agree that when you're born, you can only be male or female. There's people that are born that they're pretty much born knowing that they're going to be trans from a young age.
Yeah, people know that they're trans when they're young, yes.
You don't think that there's some people that like, for example, Dwayne Wade, a basketball player, his son transitioned, but his son didn't transition until he was older.
So are they a trans woman, by the way?
He was a biological male, and he transferred to.
So she.
Well, he was a biological male. Now.
So, by the way, like, I mean, do you think it's okay to just like literally be disrespectful to people, or to use their names incorrectly? Like, for example, like, should I call JD Vance by his name, GD Vance, or should I call him by his original name that he was assigned at birth?
But how was I disrespectful?
No, answer that question. Should I call JD Vance by his name, his preferred name, or is by his name assigned at birth? Because JD Vance is not his name assigned at birth.
Okay. That's your name, though. That's different than your gender.
Okay, but both of them are social identities.
Well, one you're born with, and name you can always change.
Okay. So you understand that, again, that doesn't mean that someone is being respectful if they use your name incorrectly when you tell them what your name is. By the way, in terms of the social identity, in terms of gender, you're purposefully saying their pronouns incorrectly, right? Because you specifically don't believe in their terms of gender identity.
I'm not even purposely doing it, Parker. It's honestly just confusing. I'm trying to understand your view. The reason I said he was because he actually was a biological male, and then he transitioned. So then but I don't know why you keep I don't know why you keep doing that when we've already clarified.
Okay,
so she transitioned, but if I say she transitioned, then he would.
Yes, that makes total sense.
If a she transitions, it means that they transition into a male or to a he.
No, when there's a transition, it's more of like an understanding from other people's respects. They already were that way. They're just changing your understanding of it. Like when someone comes out of the closet, specifically when they're gay, it's not that they went from straight to change to being gay. It's that they always were gay, and that your understanding of them being straight, changing to being gay, is a transition, a social transition that they're going through in society. So by the way, trans people were trans prior. It's just your understanding of them that's changing, not their understanding of themselves.
They were trans, and they wanted to be trans in their mind, so they were trans, sure. But I'm saying in terms of like the physical aspect.
And by the way, why is this disagreement that you have something that you prioritize over like victims in the Epstein files, right? Being able to have the files released, right? By the when the Trump administration is preventing them from being released, or the fact that there's a credible accusation of a minor against Trump in the Epstein files, or him being held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, like. How are you able to overlook all of these things simply because you like disagree with me on the fact that trans women are women and then trans men are men?
It's not just because of that, Parker. We've discussed everything about that and how the country was under each administration.
Yeah, but like we went through how those weren't reasonable and how you didn't have evidence or policies to substantiate your position. And if you don't, that means you need to do greater research. You need to look into this further. And you shouldn't just believe things because you feel like it. You should prioritize facts, reason, evidence, and substantial thought right over literally just whatever you feel like.
Well, to me, the fact is that I had a better life under the Trump administration. That's the fact for me.
But like, what did Trump do to cause that?
He must have done something, because when he was in office, life was great. I mean, I'll look it up for you, Parker, if you want me to.
Dude, if you don't know, then you cannot make that determination. That's a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. For example, there's an increase in the rate of violent crime during the summer, and there's also an increase in ice cream consumption. Does that mean that people eating ice cream are causing more violent crime?
All right, here we go.
Did
Parker.
you hear me?
Trump
Did you even
admit-
listen?
I was typing as you were talking, so no.
Okay. During the summertime, there's an increase in violent crime, and there's also an increase in ice cream consumption. Does that mean that people who are eating ice cream, or them doing that, causes them to commit violent crime?
Obviously not, Parker.
So yeah,
That's a little different, though. That's a little different.
Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. And if you took a statistics class, you would know that.
I passed stats, Parker.
Okay, if you pass stats, then you literally learned that.
Well, the problem with school, Parker, is we don't learn things that we actually apply in real life, and that is why I think college.
You must have just used like Google to like pass the class. Then you didn't pay attention. You cheated.
Sorry, Parker.
Did you cheat in stats?
No, I did not cheat.
Then how do you
I'll
not
tell you what
know that
happened,
correlation doesn't equal causation? That's like literally the first thing, one of the first things you're taught in stats.
Parker, this is just another point while we're on this topic. What I disagree with liberals is you guys want to pour more money into education, right? Right? That's your stance,
Yeah, we
right?
should. We should.
All right,
You
now
definitely
Parker,
need it.
let me ask you this. Parker, let me ask you this. And this is I'd have a really hard time thinking you can debunk this argument.
Go ahead.
I'm in college right now, right? Luckily, I get college paid for free because I'm a basketball player. If I wasn't a basketball player, I would not go to college because I'm not willing to pay for this. Because I have nothing while I have been in college.
Yeah,
Nothing
but that's because
But-
you didn't feel like you had any skills that you could gain from it. By the way, we're not saying everyone needs to go to college. We're just saying people that
Right.
do want to college
But-
should have the access
but
and
Parker-
the ability to go to college.
But Parker, back then in the 1970s, 1980s, whatever, even 1950s, there was classes in high schools where people would actually work on like cars or like work on like real life things like writing checks,
They have
hanging
that in
pictures
Germany.
in your house.
You
Sorry?
can integrate trade schools in the context of your systems in high school. Like for example,
But every American
I took a wood
every
shopping.
American should know how to do
Dude,
these
I
things.
took a wood shopping high school or wood shop high school class. Okay, I believe high school classes should exist like that. But what you're not understanding is that like this isn't like that's an argument to fund these systems more, not to reduce funding.
No, but if we could do it back then with the funding, why can't we do it now with the funding? And what I'm
We
don't
should be
interrupt
able
me,
to. We just
please.
need to ensure that we have equalized funding across the board. When we have it funded right now
what-
through property taxes, it's
Parker-
dependent upon how wealthy the area is.
Parker, when I was in high school, chemistry was required. Why is a class like that actually knowing how to like work on your car or write a check? Why is that not required? Because
It
every
should
human
be.
actually needs to do that.
It should be.
And why is chemistry required? Why the hell is chemistry required?
It
Like,
should
this is
it
what I'm
should be
saying. Why
required.
school
And,
is
and
a
by the way,
scam.
I think chemistry is good, but I also think it's important to have those other things as well. Right? Do agree that that could be an important class that specifically could help people know, especially like a finance class, especially that you learn how to pay taxes, you learn how to specifically do things like that, like write a check, things like that. Those are all important, right? But I don't understand how that's an argument to cut educational funding.
Because we
Anything
don't
in the
need
galaxy.
to have these classes like chemistry required. Like I hear people in the comments are saying like chemistry is required, chemistry should be required. Like literally 1 or 2% of the population actually uses chemistry after college.
What you're not understanding is that not all of these classes are specifically just because we want people to understand that they're going to use this later on. It's that it introduces some people to these things. It provides a baseline for people to then go into these things later on, and incentivizes people to go into these certain types of fields. And we do think that those certain types of things, in terms of a general understanding, are important for people to have in terms of basics.
I mean, sure.
These
Sure,
are
but,
basics.
like, but back-
Chemistry is okay. There's no issue with chemistry being taught. If you want it to be more expansive in terms of other classes, totally good argument. But what you're not understanding is that chemistry is obviously important.
But back to what you were saying about how when someone's born, they know what they want to be, they know what they want to, what they want to do. Like if someone's in the science, right, they can take a base level course science class and they could understand that they want to go further into that.
There's different
no
aspects
need-
of science. Different aspects of science are completely different. People who are interested in biology might not be interested in chemistry. People who are interested in chemistry might not be interested in physics.
Right, but But why is it that the things that we actually need to use in life, for example,
Dude, I
writing a
like how your
check?
issues with the education system aren't specifically things that like are irrelevant, but like important scientific aspects.
Yeah, but like the funding isn't the problem, Parker. The problem is
Dude,
that
yes, it is. You
we're
have the Trump administration denying the EPA, right, and the 99% climate scientist consensus that greenhouse gas emissions affect global temperatures and increase
if
them.
we could do
Like,
it back
literally,
then.
we have the Trump administration denying this. We have people who won't get vaccinated. If anything, we need more scientific understanding. If anything, we need more of these types of classes so people can actually visually see themselves that they can conduct these experiments and that there's an actual evidential basis to it instead of just saying it's, oh, just believe it because you feel like it.
Back then, if we could achieve these type of classes and the type of school that used to be done, what has
I don't know
changed?
why
We
you're
haven't
acting
lost
like back
funding.
then is like the ultimate standard of reality. You understand that we have different needs for today's society than existed historically speaking. So we're going to have a different structure of education. We can't live like we've existed in the past. We have to adopt and change for the future. That's how
Yeah,
reality works, right? And I
but
understand it's comfortable to do what we've done in the past, but you understand when it comes to education, it's constantly changing, and we have to
all
have
right
it constantly changing.
now,
Otherwise,
I
it's
had
the children are going to be left behind because of
I
our
had an argument.
olden ways. Like literally,
I,
we are
I had
holding
an
children
argument.
back so
I
much
had
in
an
our
argument.
society.
Okay, I had an argument with my cousin about the same exact topic. She's a liberal like yourself, and we were actually talking about
W cousin.
the black community, and how we can better the black community. Because Parker, I am not racist. I do care about the black community. I went to school in Philadelphia. My whole basketball team was black. Pretty much my whole school was black, and I saw a lot of them struggling. It bothered me to see. And I saw the argument I had with my cousin. Her argument was that the education, right? We should pour more into the education. They're not getting educated well enough. Sure, I could agree with that to an extent. But back to one of Charlie's main points, and I really agree with him on this, is three out of every four, or I forget the exact percentage, but there's a lot of black dads that are not in the household. And I think that is terrible. And I think that
Oh my God.
you
So,
should have a dad around. Could we agree on
okay,
that?
so here's an issue. There are many things that these statistics that you're referencing don't factor in. Specifically, is the context of relationships. It's not saying that specifically fathers who are black are less involved. If you look at their involvement specifically with the children, actually, if anything, there's higher rates of that specifically than other races. This is a stereotype that's specifically applied. But the considerations that can
Well,
be taken into effect as to why these things can happen specifically are literally the drug war, systemic racism, the murder of black men, right? Specifically, historically speaking, and the over criminalization of black men specifically
but
has
most of the
absolutely
murders,
led to this. By the way, let me
most
clarify.
of the
For example, for M drug, the thing that I use all the time, right? White people and black people, right, use them at the exact same rate, but black people are 4 times more likely to be arrested and convicted specifically of those particular types of crimes than white people are, right? When they are the exact same likelihood in terms of using it specifically as white people. So the issue
sure,
here is actually the over criminalization and over policing specifically of black people rather than specifically the fact that black people are doing this to a greater extent. And also, white people are not gone after to the same extent, right, because of different types of aspects of racism that exist within our society that we're not factoring in here. So there's a few things to
Parker.
take into consideration with that that is outside of the context of education. Education is an important element to take into consideration as a secondary fact, right, or something that to take into consideration, but it's not all of it, and there are other facts that lead to this. And by the way, I'll let you say a few more things, but I do want to end up going to the next person here very soon. You've been on for like an hour and
Yeah,
45
you're
minutes or
fine. You're
so.
fine. I just wanted to respond to that, and then I'll hop off. About the systemic racism, I'll 100% admit there is racism going on in our society, right? When you look at most of the people on the far right, there is quite a few of them that are racist, right? And I could agree with you that sometimes black people are, for example, like pulled over and wrongfully, whatever. I could agree with you on that. Um, like the example you gave of like a white person taking a drug, black person taking a drug, for sure. But when you kept talking about the black people being murdered, and I hope you understand that they black on black violence is very high, Parker. You can look that up. That's a fact, okay? And
It's
I
it's
saw
just
you.
violence. Who the fuck would say white on white violence?
A lot of
Genuinely,
people say
let's
it.
think about it
A
for a
lot of
second.
people
No,
say it.
no one says that. No one says
Yeah.
white on white violence, right? Like that's not a typical thing that people say.
Okay.
Right, and unless it's a play
Okay.
on words addressing specifically the fact that people specifically say black on black violence, right? It is just
Okay.
violence. I don't know why people specifically bring this up. Now,
there-
let me address this. That is an irrelevant point to the fact that there is literally a targeting of black people specifically in America by different types of systems that exist that disenfranchise them. Like, for example, do you think George Floyd was murdered?
Do I think he was murdered?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So, like, that's the type of violence that we're talking about. That's why people are
For sure.
responding to it. When black people
Okay.
are literally state-sanctioned murdered, and the people specifically that do this, right, historically speaking, have not been held accountable, yeah, absolutely, there's going to be a push of
Parker.
people specifically to ensure that the person who's done that, when we literally saw that, and we
Parker,
fucking heard
there's
it
three
happen,
things.
right, is literally
Parker,
held accountable, when there's literally an autopsy report that indicates
Parker,
that it was
there's three
clearly murder.
things. Well, apparently he had a bunch of drugs in his system. I don't know.
Oh,
But
don't
anyway,
even do that. Don't even do that.
three-
It was literally the determined cause of death was asphyxiation and specifically compression upon the neck. You understand that, right?
Okay.
It was purposely
Okay.
because he was on his
Parker,
fucking neck.
I wanna get off this
literally
live.
because and it literally murdered him. He said he couldn't
Parker,
breathe.
I want to get off. I want to
Okay.
get off this live, Parker, because we've been on here forever. Three things I want to say.
There's one thing I have to
and-
show you before you go though, because we never even played the
Alright.
full video of the Democratic
Thir-
veterans in Congress
13.
telling people to not follow unspecified unlawful orders. We didn't even
I
fully
haven't
finish
interrupted
that.
you all night. You've interrupted me a lot. That's the one thing I won't.
That's ridiculous for you to say that you have, but I
Well, you've
and also
interrupted me a lot more.
don't try to act all high and mighty because that's the case. Like that's ridiculous for you to do that.
You've
I've had
interrupted me
evidence
way
for all
more
of the
than
claims I've said, and
interrupted
you've
you.
had nothing. Could I say that?
Well, this is evidence. This is evidence for you, Parker. And
Wait
you can look
for it.
this up. This is facts. And I know you've heard this a million times. Right. They're 13% of the population. They do 55% of the murders. Okay.
So you
Now-
understand that you're not
now-
referencing the fact that people specifically who are black are convicted at higher rates for crimes that they commit at the same likelihood. I literally just referenced that how that is the case earlier in terms of over policing arrests
Okay,
and
so-
over convictions. If you look at the specifically percentage of people who are falsely convicted, right, and are exonerated, right, look at that number. In
Okay.
terms of specifically the scenario. And also, if you want
Okay.
to talk about these
That-
disproportionate statistics in terms of committing crime, why don't we ever reference the fact that men commit over 90% of violent crime in this country? Why doesn't everyone
Yeah,
who's a fucking little racist piece of shit who brings this shit up all the time ever talk about the fact that men
not
commit most of
racist,
the violence in the
Parker.
country?
I'm not racist, Parker.
Well, people who tend to bring that up as an argument tend to specifically hold racist views, and to also
No.
take that into consideration with the fact that literally you support a guy who's racist over a woman who
I
is not
don't-
racist
I don't
is
support-
kind of
I don't
obviously
support him.
going to increase the likelihood of that being
I
the
don't.
case.
I don't support him necessarily. I just voted for him because I didn't.
Yeah, you voted
trust
for a
in Kamala.
racist over a non-racist.
Okay. Well, anyway, Parker, like I said, I was going to say three things, then get off the live. That was one thing. About the black dads not being around, that is 100% true.
Okay, so you're just literally gonna just like engage in all of this instead of actually engaging with any of the points that I brought up.
No, I saw the points that you brought up. You said
So
you
then
were saying
engage
it
with
wasn't true. You were saying it wasn't true, right?
What did I say in response to that? If you can't tell me, I'm gonna kick you right now.
I said that there was a lot of black dads that weren't around.
What was my
And you
response
gave-
to that?
You said that's not true.
That's all I said?
Well, you said you talk very fast and you throw a million statistics at people at one time. So,
So
no, I
you
cannot
don't know a
repeat-
single thing that I said, and yet you're just gonna say I act like my argument was just nuh-uh.
What was
Come
your
on,
what
dude.
was your
That
counter
is
argument
okay.
to
Do you
that?
realize how dishonest that is? For you to portray my
Parker-
argument as nuh-uh after I literally coherently and literally explained it to you. If I'm speaking too quickly, tell me. Don't just act like I didn't provide you an
Bro,
argument.
everyone tells
That's
you to
what's
stop
so
talking
dishonest.
fast.
How dishonest
Everyone
is
tells
that?
you that. Everyone tells you talk too fast and you continue to do it.
That's because of how I typically speak all the time. If I am speaking too fast for a certain individual, tell me in the conversation,
Okay.
and I can repeat
Okay, can
myself.
you repeat to me?
I will
Can you
repeat myself.
Okay. Can you repeat to me why? Because that's my thing. Is hiring that? This is my argument
No,
to my
I'm gonna
cousin,
kick you
is-
because you genuinely showed to not care. By the way, never even got through the video specifically that talked about the fact that
Not
there was
care. I
unspecified
literally asked you to
unlawful
repeat
orders.
yourself.
But I literally explained, and you didn't care to engage with it, and you just acted like my argument was nuh-uh. You
No.
are not seriously engaging with what I have to say on the live stream, genuinely. And that's why I kicked you from the stream. You actually genuinely did not seriously engage, and I proved it. You cannot bring up me speaking fast as a mechanism to just not take into consideration anything that I say and then represent my argument as if I didn't make one. Like, that's just called a straw man. That's called being dishonest and disingenuous. And that shows that there's no more productive dialogue to continue to engage in. After what, an hour and fucking 45 minutes? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, I'm 19. I just have a question for you.
That's the same troll that comes up. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I have some people to thank here in a second, but I do want to make sure to get up another person here real quick. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. Sorry, I was eating. You caught me out of background.
Do you support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump or I'm
Okay.
not a liberal or
Let's go to the
Republican,
next
yeah.
individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hello. Wait, hello?
Fetus. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. For the 3,800 people here on the stream on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. For the 6,500 people here on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
I'm sorry. Yo, what's up?
Why
How old
is
are you?
everyone? You know, I'm 20. Can you hear me?
You know? Have I talked to you before?
Like 3 days ago.
Okay. I don't know why you decided to come back on the live. I just talked to you recently. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007. I was in June.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris, but I just heard you argue.
That's based. I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates right now with people specifically who do support Donald Trump and would vote for him in that context. So we are just looking for people who meet that criteria. I appreciate you very much, though. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24. Or sorry, 34.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
1991.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. Let me thank some people on YouTube first real quick. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. By the way, everyone, we're so close to 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're actually at 494,000 right now. We're really, really close to 500K. So if you want to go subscribe, I would really, really, really appreciate it. Huge portion of people in the stream did. We'd actually literally get there, just letting everyone know. I have a few people to thank, though. Barbara, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Sandy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section as well. Darcel, thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. Lady Sorella, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Totally agree. Kylene, thank you so much for the $2. Lady Sorella, thank you for the $2. Lady Sorella as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Always Reason, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jamie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Mel, thank you for the $5. Ask Yourself, thank you for the $5 as well. I think I'm fully caught up on YouTube. Let me have to make sure to catch up everywhere else. Uncle, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It was really brutal. Ended up not really ending productive. As well as Kyra, thank you so much for the $10. Said, please read to educate chat. One of the many reasons trade schools and trade classes are not as plentiful now is because they benefit the black community who couldn't afford college but needed a career and income, so they are less emphasized now. Okay. I actually didn't know that. Thank you very much for letting us know. Megan, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate this. Chemistry is important because people need to know mixing sodium hydrochloride with bleach and vinegar, for example, will create chlorine gas. Yeah, there's definitely really important aspects of it that are very, very important. Sarah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Yes, that's definitely very true. Ari as well, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, and thank you for the $2. Said, oh, so one office can slap tariffs on a business. your business. Oh, it's not showing me the whole thing. Let me read the whole thing. Can slap tariffs on your business and then lift them. And if they feel like it, man, that sounds like less like trade policy and more like nice supply chain you got there. Be a shame if something happened to it. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I appreciate it. Danny, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind message. I really appreciate it. Of course. Thank you so much. As well as Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. Again, thank you. They said part 2 of 2. They said you don't need to have a smoky back room. When one person controls the pain and relief, everybody suddenly gets real respectful. That's not the free market. That's Sopranos with spreadsheets. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as thank you for the $2. Thank you. The Biden the Love President. Thank you. Lion, thank you so much for the $10. Casey with the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Marcus, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. They always say that you're talking too fast when they haven't been listening. Seriously. Or don't have an argument. L, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much regarding education. Trump has cut almost all the special needs child's schools funding. Almost all of my special needs child schools funding. He's gutting it. All they can't learn with no funding. Well, thank you so much, Al. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's absolutely insane to hear. I'm so sorry to hear that. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Pacific, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Ayana, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, that's very true. Lisa, thank you so much for the $2 as well. And Beatrice, thank you for the $500 on PayPal. That is crazy. Thank you so much, Beatrice. Thank you for the $500 on PayPal. That is absolutely crazy. They literally didn't leave a single message, but just know I really appreciate it, Beatrice. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now for the literal $500 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section right now, as well as Jonathan. Thank you for the $11.11. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump, Johnny?
Hey, yeah, just before we get started, I just want to say something really quickly. I've been watching your live now for about an hour and a half. I really appreciate the way you go about these conversations. I think you're respectful. I think you give everybody the opportunity to speak, and I think it's important. I think it's a really important thing to have when we're having these conversations. So, yeah, just appreciate that. And before we get into it, I just want to say that. So,
Thank you very much.
yeah, so to get into it, so I want to distinguish two things. So I support Trump because he represents the party that I had. The binary choice to me was either liberal voting for Harris or voting for Trump. Like if I had to pick one of the two, it's going to be Trump, and it's the person itself is different. So I want to clarify your question when you ask me, do I support Trump, the person, or his administration? Because I support his administration, but it's not somebody that I would, if I could replace him personally in that administration, I would. But I'd still pick that administration over the liberal administration.
So really what I mean by support Trump is that you're willing to vote for him over Harris. That's really like what I mean by support Trump here, and that you're still willing to do so. So if, yeah, you would still be willing to support him, given that he's the lead of his administration, and vote for him, well then, yeah, that would be someone I'd respond to within this context. Because I would say that even though you disagree with the policies of the Harris administration, given that you probably do, right, the disagreements you'd probably have with Harris are probably going to be less fundamental than the ones that you're going to have with Trump, because of the fact that he tried to undermine our democracy, our constitution, our rule of law, our core fundamental American values. And I think that you can't say the same thing for Harris.
Yeah, so thanks for clearing that up. And yeah, I would support Trump in an election when it came to that. And let's talk about it. Let's get into it. So I'm open to changing that. And again, what's going to happen at the end of this term might change that for sure. But one of the biggest things for me was there's a few different things. One of them was, his immigration policy and his stance on immigration. I heard in the last debate you were talking to that gentleman about it, and you said that there's some policies, and I think I know what you were referring to. There's some changes in the Biden administration that took place in 2024, which was at the end of his administration, where he enforced immigration a little bit more strictly and changed some border policies. But I think, it felt disingenuous to me. It felt it was a reaction to try and win another term. It's something that could have happened much earlier in the administration. And that's why, I still would. I do believe that the policies that he has in place right now of enforcing immigration are key. I think that's the main reason. That's one of the biggest reasons, one of many, but that's one of the biggest reasons why I would still support the Trump administration over Kamala administration.
Kamala Harris, yeah. In terms of the executive order in 2024, the reason why they didn't want to do an executive order earlier is because they wanted to maintain the incentive for Democrats and Republicans to work together in the context of Congress to have long-term designations of addressing conditions at the border, which, by the way, there was a bipartisan border bill that was set up doing so, that Donald Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, because he called people in Congress to undermine that very said bill. So the point that I would make, too, is that he undermined literally unprecedented levels of negotiation and bipartisanship in the context of immigration that we likely won't see for a very long time.
Okay, so that was a lot to hear when you were saying that. So you're saying that there was the Trump said blame it on him if so there was a change in 2024, and the reason why, can you repeat that? What was the main reason why it wasn't done prior to the 2024 year? Why wasn't it done in 2020 or 2021 or 2022?
Why what wasn't done? Sorry.
Why those
The border
enforcements, like
executive
those
order?
changes? Yeah.
Because they wanted to maintain the incentive for Republicans and Democrats to work together in order to be able to address the conditions at the border in a long run fashion that would create permanent conditions to address the border. Which, by the way, because of the fact that there was legislation passed, that would be more permanent, whereas if it's executive order, it can be shot down by the Supreme Court. Right. So, like, really, it was just to incentivize people to work together, which they had a bill. They would have got a bill passed, but Trump literally called people in Congress to undermine that very said bill.
So is it the position that if Harrison was running today and I had the opportunity to vote
Harris.
or select between Harris and Trump, and Harris would maintain, so the question is this, their border and immigration policy and enforcement policy would be the same as it was in the end of 2024, and it would have continued down that path if I voted for them now, so that we would have the same level of enforcement like as we did
Yeah,
at the end of
post
the
2024. Yeah.
administration.
Yeah, with that
Yeah, if
executive
that's
order and with the legislation they're advocating for, especially because the pressures to defend Trump would have gone away.
okay. So if that was the case on that stance, then that's something that I would concede that I would
Okay,
be okay with that. That would be a concession for sure. It's
that's good.
not what I remember her campaign and what
It's
her
actually
platform
exactly what
was,
she
but
had in her policy website. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
perfect.
I just
So if
wanted to
that's the
clarify
case,
that.
yeah, no problem. So if that's the case, Parker, yeah, then yeah, I can concede to that. I would rather, yeah, I would go with that policy. The next one would be his economic policy. So the tariffs approach, I think is important. I think it's good. I know we talked about, you were debating on the previous guest on your
Hmm.
live there. It's it's a cost that's transferred over to the consumer. I think context is important. My interpretation of the purpose and the reasoning behind the tariffs is when you have these tariffs, it endorses, you're right. So how it comes down to the consumer, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is my understanding. So the way the tariff works is it's taxed on the production of the goods. So if you're a company that's producing goods, let's say in China, and you're bringing that goods in to sell to Americans, right? The import of that goods, the company pays that tariffs. But what inevitably happens is that tariffs gets passed down to the consumer because the price of the good increases in accordance with the tariffs, so assuming that the consumer is going to pay more tariffs. Am I correct in understanding the general idea of tariffs and how they work?
I'll just make sure to clarify, and I think that you'll line it up with what you just said. Tax on imported goods,
Hmm.
and it's paid by the American importer directly, and it's passed down to the American consumer mostly. In the long run, given that the businesses can't continue to maintain to uphold that cost because it's an aspect of cost production and not placed on the profits.
Perfect. I agree. So our understandings are aligned. So why do I think tariffs are important? I think the goal and the context behind that is to encourage and motivate manufacturers that would typically seek out cheaper labor, cheaper manufacturing outside of the country to produce those goods that are sold to Americans within America. And yes, there's going to be a painful situation because to get a company to essentially decrease their profit margins, and this is my argument behind that, and what I think the point of the tariffs is, why I support tariffs and why I support an administration that supports tariffs, is that if you're producing goods and your profit margin is higher outside by producing and taking advantage of cheaper labor, cheaper manufacturing costs outside of the country, but you want to benefit from the increased the consumerism and the increased price of goods and affordability of the American, then you're going to produce. If you're running a company, it's profit based. You're going to run it in that point. So to get them to come back, of course, you're going to increase tariffs, you're going to increase that manufacturing. The idea is that, let's say you have a market that is 500 million consumers and 300 million of those consumers are American. By increasing the taxes and the production you're going to cater to your consumers. So I might be speaking a little too fast, but the goal here is to get that company, right, to jeopardize the 300 million out of the 500 million consumers of not buying your goods by getting them to come back to and produce in America. And I think
So,
that that's
want
what
to know
he was
something
trying to
crazy?
achieve with the
Is
tariffs.
that the tariffs have
Yeah.
not led to that happening. We've seen actually a decline of real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Yeah, so I think that's going to take some time. It's not something that's going to happen right away, and there's probably hope. As a business owner, I can tell you, there's probably some hope that these tariffs are going to go away. So there's a freeze on a lot of decisions making. You can see it; it's happening in different countries as well as Canada with like with manufacturing and EV goods and all these other things. So one of the things that I think it's going to take, there's going to be a pause. It's not going to be an immediate thing. So it's something that you're going to see the result of over the length of his administration, so probably over the next 2 to 3 years. So I think it's a little early to judge how effective those tariffs have been, but I think they're important. I think they're good. I think one of America's strongest negotiating powers in the economy and the global economy is the consumer base. We have a strong economy. We have good disposable income. We have a lot of consumers, and from manufacturing goods, that's good. So you might have other countries, let's say like China, that have a much higher population, but their consumer bases, the affordability of their consumers is significantly less than, let's say, the average American. So you want to produce those goods to, the American buyer is the peak buyer for a lot of goods produced. So I think that the tariffs are good to bring those jobs back and to bring manufacturing, increase those jobs back home. And when
Most
you
of
pair that
the
with
tariffs
strong
are paid
immigration,
by the U.S. Only 4% is paid by other countries. They are able to find other buyers. That's what the evidence has indicated based upon the tariffs that have been placed.
yeah, so I think that still remains to be, you need to see it because we've only had
The
these
Keel
tariffs,
Institute
generalized
has
tariffs for a
indicated that
small
to be
amount.
true. So I mean, I think I think there's pretty good evidence indicating that.
Yeah, and there might be some. I think this is the first time, right, that America has done generalized tariffs across as an economic approach, or in the recent,
It
modern
has
history,
existed
right?
historically speaking, but I mean, the point is that it's not ever really been effective. Could you give me any examples of it being effective?
Well, I mean, Canada has a globalized generalized tariff that goes from, I think it's from 15% to 125% depending, but it's generalized and across all
It's
countries.
not
So I think when we
across all
look at that,
countries on every single thing. So what are you talking about?
India has 25%, does it not?
Wait, no, you just said Canada had a 15
No,
to
no, China,
50%? No.
China. Did I said China. China has 10 to 100, 10% to 100, 15, sorry, 15% to 125% generalized tariffs across incoming goods into China, and they
You
have
said
a
China?
1.4
Okay,
billion.
well, I don't
China.
necessarily think China is necessarily how we should run our economy, just like. And secondly, in terms of it having tariffs generalized, can you give me a source on that?
Yeah, so I mean, you could just put it into Google. The exact source like that. Not off the top of my head, Parker, but I just know from researching it before that 15% off of memory, 15 to 125% generalized tariffs are imposed. China imposed on outside countries for imported goods. India, I think, is 25%, and I might be off by a couple percentages there.
I
And
don't
these
see
are
that it's
I'm bringing these.
universalized with every country.
It's generalized.
On every
It's
country?
generalized. Yeah, yeah. It
I don't
ranges
see
from
that.
15 to 125. Okay. I can look it up if you want, just to
Yeah.
find my source.
I'll
It's
give
fine.
you
Yeah,
time
let me
if you
take.
want to do that. Who told you thank you for the $5 for long U.S. tariff in other countries is a big mistake because we can't compete unless we lower the standpoint of standard of living. It's the wrong move. It definitely is the wrong move. I would say that we did so even better under the Biden administration in terms of increasing domestic manufacturing investment. So I think that's definitely a preferable way of addressing it. Princess, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's been a while since I've worn the glasses. Thank you very much. Jonathan, thank you for $11.11. Thank you. That's great. Well, thank you so much. Nikolai, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Happy early birthday. 9 minutes early. Fossey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I have no clue. I actually have no clue. I think I am fully caught up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, hit that, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It'll help get it out to more people. Right now, we're currently at, I think, 1,500 likes right now. Let's try to get to 3,000 or 2,000 if we can.
Hey, sorry, Parker. I can't find the exact link. I'm trying to look it up, and it's going to take me a couple minutes. I'm going to keep looking, and we'll come back to it.
That's fine.
But the general point the general part I was trying to make is the context and the goal that's trying to be the goal that's trying to be achieved by tariffs. So the argument I'm making is that the American consumer is valued at a significant higher quality than typical consumers of potentially a country like China due to disposable income of the average American versus, say, the average Chinese consumer.
I understand the bargaining power that we have from our consumer base. That does not mean we should be imposing tariffs, though.
Yeah, so I think that the problem is that our cost to manufacture here in the United States is significantly less than manufacture, let's say, in China or in India.
So
Cost
then
of
let's
labor
make
is
it
that.
cheaper to manufacture in the United States rather than making it more expensive by imposing tariffs, because what you're doing is you're making materials that manufacturers in the United States will use that come from other countries become more expensive, so you're making the manufacturing more expensive in this country.
Yeah, I agree. But the problem, one of the biggest drivers of that, though, Parker, one of the biggest drivers of the cost of manufacturing goods in America versus a country like China is the labor force cost. The labor force cost. So the cost of labor. So minimum wage, things like that, those costs aren't associated. They're significantly higher here. And the qualifications, even a minimum wage job, these jobs are very difficult, and to get some people in some of these manufacturing jobs like manufacturing jobs like steel or factory work, you could offer minimum wage. It's just not a livable wage in America, and I agree with that. But the problem is when you start bringing that
Wait, if you think minimum wage isn't a livable wage, then do you want to increase minimum wage?
So this is the solution.
So you don't want minimum wage to be a livable wage.
Can I clarify? I do want livable wage. I do want minimum wage to be a livable wage. However, I think that increasing minimum wage only increases the cost of the goods. It doesn't solve a problem. So
wrong. It increases the wages, not only for people who are on minimum wage, but also for people above that. Also, if we were literally adjusting for inflation with 2009, right? Literally, we would have a significantly higher minimum wage. So let's just clarify. We've had a higher minimum wage in the past. We haven't increased it since 2009, and it's literally something that needs to be adjusted for inflation.
Agreed.
Otherwise, we're not going to be able to establish a standard of living that is basic for people.
So Parker, explain to me, if we increase, let's say the average American wants to make livable. Let's determine what a livable wage would be. In my opinion, minimum wage is not a livable wage based on cost of living today. But let's say we brought it to what can we agree on as a livable wage minimum per hour? $25 an hour, $20 an hour?
We have to judge that based upon state. I think that's an important thing to take into consideration. But as a baseline for everyone, I think the $15 minimum wage was good in terms of the Biden administration. And if anything, it should be expanded beyond that. $15 is a great place to start from a federal standpoint. But I think there needs to be pushes depending on states that are going to be relevant as well. Like states need to have difference, and even from rural to city areas, like having differences in minimum wage there is obviously relevant or important.
I agree. Let's bring it back to my point of increasing minimum wage. The issue that's not a solution is because it increases
if you're saying minimum wage increases prices, tariffs increase prices more.
Yes, but the point is that's supposed to be an increase temporarily. Let me explain.
They're
that
not though.
So
the tariffs, if they're in place the whole time, they're never going away. Then it's not temporary.
Okay, so let me put forward my logic to you. So if we increase, let's say the minimum wage to, let's say, $25 an hour, let's call that a livable wage. I know you said 15, but let's use 25. 25 is the minimum wage. The cost of manufacturing a good in America at a $25 minimum wage is going to be X amount of dollars. Let's call it $100 for selling price in order to the sell price has to be $100 for that good. If you take that same good and you produce it and you manufacture it in, let's say, China, where minimum wage is, let's say, $5 an hour, the cost of that good now only needs to be, let's say, $20. It could be $80 instead of $100, and which allows them to sell that good to the U.S. for $80 instead of $100. Now, the purpose of the tariffs and why I think it would be good is if you raise the good of that good that's being produced in China and that can be sold in America for $80, but would need to be sold for $100 in America by increasing that cost, right, through tariffs, that means that that company is going to now charge $100 in America. It's going to cost the consumer in America $100 to buy that goods from China. Versus now, if we increase the wages to $25 in the United States, we'll see if that good is actually capable to sell at that price. Is there actually a market in America for a good that's produced at the cost that is sold at a price, that would be similar to the cost to produce it in America, not just being produced outside of America. So it's meant to be temporary. So two things are going to happen. You're right, the cost is going to go up, but if that manufacturer brings that job back to America, increase the wages to meet that cost, and that good can't sell for $100, then that good's going to not be produced anymore. But that's a result of, because it's not the market, it's a manufactured market. If a consumer is buying a product for $80 that's produced in China but can't buy it for $100 because it's produced in America, it's a manufactured market. So it's eliminating the manufactured consumerism of someone producing that good at a cheaper rate that's not in America. That's my point. That's why I think tariffs is a good way to expose that. It's a test. If the product can survive the price increase from the tariffs, then it should be able to survive a price increase in America from labor increase by increasing the wage cost. That's my point.
Is there any good evidence that tariffs increase wages?
No, that's not. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that tariffs will increase wages. I'm saying that tariffs
what I just
increases
thought
the
you were
price
saying.
of the good. Right. What I'm saying is that
Tariffs
tariffs
increase price
increases
of
the
goods.
price
So
of
what
the good.
good thing comes from tariffs?
So yeah, price increase from tariffs, right? The price increase from tariffs would be the price selling point would
right?
be no, it's good because we have to increase the price of the, so we have to, if we want to manufacture that good in Canada, in the United States, in North America, in Mexico,
If American consumers cared about that, they'd be buying those products. They care
So,
more about getting a product that is good quality
cheaper.
and less costly.
But we can't produce that good in America for that price.
Yeah, because of comparative advantage, because of how economies work, because other countries are better at producing certain types of goods. That's how global markets work. If it's not as productive specifically to be able to produce it in the United States, then what you're doing by imposing tariffs is bringing back jobs to this country that aren't very profitable.
You're right. So my point is this: the consumer dollars are fixed, right? So a consumer, average American, let's say, has $100 of extra money to spend on goods. They shouldn't be spending that $100 on a good that's manufactured outside of America for that good. Maybe we should change what we like to purchase in America. If we can't enjoy goods that are produced in America for a livable wage that everyone can enjoy or benefit from, then we shouldn't maybe consume those goods. However, we know human nature. People are going to pick the cheaper
We're
price.
consuming those goods in other countries. They can establish living wages, but they just are better at producing the good.
Well, China doesn't establish living wages. Like the people that are manufacturing goods
we don't
in
just
China,
trade
those are
with
not living
China.
wages.
And also, by the way, it
so
depends
India.
on the specific firms.
So let's talk about those goods. Where does most of our imported goods coming from? Who's most affected by these tariffs? What countries?
So it's a universalized, so it affects every country.
Right, but it depends who are we importing goods the most from? Because it does matter. If we impose tariffs on, let's say, Bangladesh, and Bangladesh does no imports with the United States, then it doesn't matter. Or am I making some sense here? If we impose a tariff on, let's say, Iran, and Iran imports no goods into the United States, that tariff doesn't impact the relations there. We're not bringing those goods in. So let's look at the countries that are bringing the most imports. One of them is China, right? Do they provide livable wages for those goods that they're producing? Those same wages could be implemented in the United States.
So it depends on the company. In some areas in China, absolutely that's the case, and exceedingly that's increasing over time. But you say give you an example of a business.
Yeah, an example of a good or a product that's produced in China that provides livable wages for their employees, that manufacturers, that wage could be provided in America.
I don't have to be. By the way, I don't know how to do that for plenty of other countries. Like I wouldn't be able to say that specifically for France. I don't know a single product from France, right, that is produced, right, that specifically meets that criteria. Yet I still think that we should have that type of trade with France, and I still think that's true. You're the one making the claim specifically about the proportion of every single company specifically not paying livable wages. That's clearly not the case. So it depends on the context, and tariffing everyone does not lead to better wages in any of these countries.
No. So I don't think that tariffing will lead to better wages. What it will do is it will eliminate consumption of products that are priced out at a livable wage in America. If that product was produced at the price that it would need to be produced in America, if we can't afford that price and that consumerism goes away, because that price would be the same. Let's say we increase wages to $25 and manufacture that good in America, it would have to sell for, let's say, $100. If that product right now is selling well in America because it's being sold at $80 because it's being produced in, say, China for $10 an hour, and then we tariff that product and now the consumer has to pay $100 for that product. What I'm saying is, if no one wants to pay $100 for that product, then
Wait,
it is.
is your
You're
goal to better
leveling the competitive.
conditions for labor? Is that your goal, or what's your goal from tariffs?
My goal is to level the playing field to
It doesn't level
eliminate
the playing field.
products.
That's incoherent.
It does, because the
Free
price
trade
does.
is a level playing field.
But it levels the playing field for the
Unironically, like tariffs like are
manufacturers.
like literally the opposite of a level playing field.
So if I produced a good, let me give you an example. So I can see if I'm articulating my point well. So if I produce a good in America, right? In America, and I provide $20 an hour for wage. That's my labor cost. And I need to sell that product for $100 to make $20 profit. Okay. I take that same product and I manufacture it in China but I can get away with $10 an hour labor, and I can sell that good
I'm
for
sorry,
$80
you've
an
done
hour.
this like 6 times, and every time you do this, I
Yeah.
feel like you don't tell me something productive in the conversation. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, but genuinely, like,
Okay.
I don't think you're gonna do it again. Like, you're just giving me like another example of like, oh my god, there's this product at this cost, and I've heard you do this like 4 times now, and I don't think that there's been anything
Yeah.
productive from any of the times you've done it.
So, okay. You want to move on to another,
No, I
point then?
genuinely, I don't understand. I don't get the point. Like, I don't think you're establishing a point here by saying that tariffs are effective. I know how tariffs operate. I have a degree in economics. I understand. You don't need to explain all of these things to me. Tell me what you think you get
Okay.
out of it, out as a goal. I'm not telling you to explain how it operates. I'm telling you, what do you get out of it?
The consumer price is the same. So the ability for a consumer to go buy a
No,
Chinese
that's
product
just
for
wrong.
$80
Consumer
goes
price
away.
increases. You're just wrong.
No, it does increase. You're right. I'm agreeing to that. The consumer price does increase, but this is what I'm saying. If I buy the product from China with no tariffs, it's $80. If I buy the product from America, it's $100 because the labor cost has increased. You put tariffs on and you make me pay $100 for the Chinese good, the price is the same whether I buy Chinese or American now. There's no reason for me to
But
pick.
the price is higher than what it was prior to implementing the tariff.
Correct.
So that's not better.
It goes-
That's worse. So let me clarify. What gets better off by imposing the tariff?
So that I don't have an economic advantage of choosing China over America for the manufacturer.
So there's no economic advantage of imposing tariffs.
To the American workforce. Because
So if there's
I'm
no
consistently-
economic benefit, why do you support it? If I can mention multiple economic disadvantages and you can't mention a single economic advantage from imposing a tariff, why do you support it?
Because more people will pick the American product over the Chinese product. Right now, if I have a choice between a $100 product and an $80, I'm going to pick $80 because yes, I want to save $20.
Wait, why is that so important to you that they pick the American product over the Chinese product, even though it makes it more expensive? You're forcing them to do it instead of just incentivizing them to do so.
Because if I'm going to buy soap, right? If I'm going to buy soap, no matter what, and I have an option for the same soap to spend $6 or $8, I'm going to pick the $6 one. But if all of a sudden now I can pick $8, both of the options are $8, but one is American, one is Chinese, I will pick the American product. And
Take a
that
shot
means that
every
I'm
single time he
feeding
says
into,
dollar.
and then I'm going to be picking the American soap, for example, for $8, and that money goes back into the American labor force, not the Chinese labor force.
Okay. Do you want to repeat that? Because
Sure.
genuinely,
So-
this is getting ridiculous, dude.
If I have two options, they're the same product. One is manufactured in China, one is manufactured in America. Without tariffs,
You just keep
the Chinese
repeating
product is
to me the
less.
same fucking. I'm sorry, you keep repeating to me the same scenario.
So if
Dude,
both,
how
if
many?
we make the
I'll
both
tell you this
prices-
one more time. I'll tell you this one more time. I understand how
Okay.
tariffs operate. I have an economics degree. Why do you keep
Okay.
explaining this to me? Like, I don't understand
Well, you
this.
just-
I don't want
So
to
the
keep hearing
benefit-
the explanation. Genuinely
Okay.
stop doing this. It's actually getting frustrating.
So the benefit of picking the American product is that it goes back in the American workforce versus Chinese workforce.
Okay.
My dollar
So
goes into the Chinese workforce versus the American labor force versus the Chinese labor force. If I pick the American
okay,
product over
what
the
you're not
Chinese.
understanding is that overall it doesn't, right? Because we actually have losses in our economy overall because of the fact that there's increase in costs, right? That lead to increases in the cost of domestic manufacturing, which decreases the level of jobs. We've actually seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, right? After tariffs have been implemented. We saw real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration. If we have less domestic manufacturing investment, then we have less of an ability to hire new people.
So are you saying that when the price goes up, if I pick the higher expensive price, that people stop buying that product? Is that what you're saying? And that's what the tariffs are making.
They'll buy the products
line
to the
price?
lesser extent, and it will cause less trade within the economy, and it will cause less productivity in the economy because we won't be able to buy as many products from other countries as an aspect of our production process here in the country. It's an important aspect of our production process here in the country to buy things from other countries.
So that's my point, though. That's why I support the tariffs. This is my exact point. Is if you can't afford a product without it being produced in America, you should put your consumer dollars back in America. You shouldn't buy that product.
Okay, so
But
we
if that
shouldn't trade
product's
with any
available, you'll
countries.
choose it. No, we should trade at the same price point. If you want to manufacture for a
So
high,
you
if
say
you're
trade
gonna,
at
if
the
you're,
same price point. So by the way, which essentially means, right, we're going to be,
Okay.
we essentially have to produce everything here in the United States, right? And if it's not produced at the cost it is to produce it here in the United States, then it's not going to be something that you can apply. Well, that doesn't make any sense because you can apply that to so many different agricultural products that are produced better in other countries that can't be produced here. Dude, you just like, this doesn't make any sense to do this, right? I don't
So for me,
understand. Like,
my
this
solution.
doesn't make us better off. This doesn't bring back better paying jobs for Americans. This doesn't make the economy more efficient. It doesn't productively make things better off for working class people. This all honestly just makes it harmful for people, right? In terms of like literally median wage growth, GDP growth, productivity in terms of our economy, employment rates, and level of investment amongst our economy, right? All of these things are worse off because Donald Trump has imposed tariffs. Why do you like them?
So what I would like to see, an outcome of what I would want to see is essentially a controlled sale price of a good. So whether imported or domestic, what do we do? Like a similar solution to achieve what I would like, what I want tariffs, why I support tariffs. Maybe you can give me the solution, but this is the outcome that I think is beneficial to the country. Is if you produce a good, like whatever the good is, standardize the cost of that good or the sale price of that good. So bananas are $2.50, no matter where if they come from Mexico
He
or
wants
they
price
come
controls.
from Canada. So that way it's a set price, right? So that there's no advantage. There's
Hey,
no
dude,
so that
the
if I
market
spend my
sets
money,
prices. The market is more efficient at setting prices than you are because if you pick whatever price you want, it's going to then create a different level of distribution and production than what is economically efficient to do so. Allowing for it to be just set by the markets is good in typical markets unless there's a market failure. If there's not a market failure, then do not impose price controls because it will make things less efficient because otherwise leaving it up to the market will let there to be better indicators to be able to identify what the real amount of allocation should be according to what's profitable to do so. That's going to be the standard that identifies the level of allocation, right? So price controls are only effective in certain instances in which specifically there's just greed involved. So
what I'm talking
price
about,
controls can mitigate greed outside of that context, right? It could be very bad because it can cause shortages. If it is if it is in a situation where there's greed involved, it won't cause a shortage. But if there is if there isn't greed involved, then it will cause a shortage, and it will actually be worse off for people in the market.
So
overall.
I understand your point. Parker. Let me expand on what I'm trying to say. A price set when it comes to global market versus the American market. So bear with me. I'm trying to make sure I'm articulating it well. So I'm not saying, like, I understand how it affects it within the United States. You're going to give your price setting doesn't allow the market to dictate it. The problem when you apply that same principle to a global market is global markets in other countries can utilize cheaper wage labor that American companies cannot utilize
That's
within
called
America.
free
Which is
trade,
unfair advantage.
bro. Like I don't
But I don't like,
understand.
but
You don't like free
So
trade.
then if
So you want the
I
economy to
don't,
be worse
yeah.
off because your own you have to buy from other America interests. Then just tell people to do it. Don't force them by the use of the market, because that makes things worse off for working class people and benefits rich corporations and large businesses and gives them less competition within the context of our markets. So what you're
But
doing
doesn't it?
is very beneficial for corporations and for high profitable firms, and it's not beneficial for the average person.
How so though, Parker? Can you explain to me
I've
how that's
explained
how
in
that's true?
countless ways right now. At this point, if you don't understand, that's your fault.
Okay, so I if you're
I've
saying
literally
if
explained multiple times in this conversation. I
okay,
don't
so that
understand how
if
you
we're gonna
don't
do
pull
that,
out an
then
explanation from this conversation of that.
perfect. So then let's remove minimum wage standards across America if that's what you're saying. Let's take away that if you're producing a good in America and you're restricted by minimum wages and your competitors are
No,
getting
we
lower
need a
wages,
living
let's remove it.
wage.
So then that's what I'm saying. You're imposing a restriction on American companies who are giving Americans jobs, but you're not
Yeah,
imposing the
you want
same
Americans
restriction
to have
on
lower
Chinese
wages. That's
people.
what you want. If you don't want a minimum wage, then you want
No, no, no.
Americans to have lower
I
wages.
want Americans to have higher wages, but
So
I
then
want
increase
the
minimum
same,
wage, because that increases wages.
but we can't impose that same standard on other countries. We can't impose that
Other
on
countries
a
are not
company that's
paying the
producing.
tariffs, dude. We're the ones paying it. You're harming American
Yeah,
citizens. You're making
but
them
the
pay
company who's
more. You're
producing,
taxing working class people disproportionately.
if you're letting other competitors in the market sell goods to the Americans at a lower wage cost, you can't increase the living wage in China, right? So you can't include, so they're gonna that company is going to undercut the American company because they have an ability to do so through the labor way. So we either have to say, if we're going to take goods from Chinese company, here's a perfect example. Here's a solution, Parker. Why don't we do this? Why don't we say, if you're going to produce a good from China and sell it to Americans, you have to prove that your company is you're paying your employees $25 American USD per wage for that good. And then that way, it's a
There you
fair
go.
competition for that
There you
product
go.
for
Wait,
American.
there you go. A certain business, in order to be able to engage in trade with the United States, needs to hit certain verification standards specifically to be able to engage in trade. Now that sounds good.
Yeah, I think that's a solution. But we
Yeah,
don't
but
have that solution
that's
right now.
nowhere near what Trump's advocating for. That's
Yeah,
radically different from
it's
the
not.
tariffs he's advocating for. I'm
So
actually
what I'm
totally
saying
okay
is
with that. I do want to ensure that the products that we're getting are coming from ethical standards.
perfect.
I'm not disputing you there, but I don't think that's the goal of the Trump administration, especially with these tariffs. And I do think that imposing the tariffs in the way in which they are is leading to worse off standards for labor rather than better off standards for labor. So although it does sound like what you're trying to advocate there could be used in a way in which we could use to benefit the working conditions of people in other countries, it doesn't seem like you're
Yeah.
going to get that from supporting Donald Trump. And it does seem like you get better off labor conditions by supporting people like Kamala Harris
So, and
over
this is
Trump.
where I'm really close. This is why I'm really close to supporting. I'm on the fence, right? Like I said, I've never been, um, I'm not set in the MAGA way. I'm very easily, it doesn't take much to push me on the other side. It's just that when you're giving me the opposition to that, how does Kamala Harris, the reason why I like the tariffs is because it's the only solution, right, that I've seen that the outcome, he's doing it in a bad way. There's a better way. I just told you the better way. The better way is to make sure that every product that comes in from another country, that company has to prove that they're paying
What
their
he's
employees
advocating for
X amount
doesn't
of
even
wage.
lead you closer to what you're looking for.
So here's why I believe that it does, and I'm open to you to convince me that it's different. Is that if the end sale price to the consumer is increased, so
That you think
like
that they're gonna not buy that product. Here, let me tell you this: let's suppose that that's true. They don't buy that said product, right? And there's specifically a higher cost for goods coming from those certain countries. That actually creates an incentive for companies in those countries to reduce labor standards so they can continue to still compete with the American companies even when the tariff is implemented. So actually, it creates
that's
a
a great
standard where they have an incentive
Parker.
to reduce labor standards, not benefit those labor standards. That's why
That's a great
That's
point.
why it needs to be placed on the specific companies and not the country as a whole. Does that make sense?
That's a great point. That it is. It's a great point. It's a great point. You just point out a very logical flaw within tariffs. But my point is, if they like the way Trump is handling this, the way he would react to someone reducing the cost of goods, right, or whatever, is he would just keep increasing tariffs on that country. Which is I see what you're saying, because it's penalizing countries in that
It's
or companies
penalizing
in that
every
country that
business within that a country, not
within that
specifically
country.
just the
Yeah,
businesses
not
that
just
are
that
engaging
one.
in those said labor practices. So it gives them an
Yeah, so I
incentive to
agree.
engage in those labor practices because it will reduce costs for them while they're still having with the tariff implemented
Yeah, they
and
can.
with the
What you're
increased
so
cost
what
to the
you're saying.
consumer. Yeah.
So what you're saying is that the reaction of those companies are just what they're going to do is just decrease labor costs
Yep.
even lower to
Yep.
continue produce that goods. Okay,
Yep.
that's a
And
really
still
good
sell
point, and
them.
that's a fucking huge problem. That's a huge. So how do we do that? So the
How do you get
problem that I
around that?
have
You
with
have to specify them to specific companies. And there are issues with international enforcement of these certain types of labor standards that have existed because we do already have some types of laws that exist on the matter. And there's just issues with enforcing them on an international standpoint. So there are
yeah.
limitations, but
So
still, like, I mean, I think there's a noble idea in wanting to address it from that extent. And by the way,
so
people
I
think you're
think
Canadian.
that
What state do you live in?
so I live between. I'm originally born in Canada, but I'm staying in the United States. Like I'm on a visa in the United
And are
States.
you
I live in the United States.
you're okay, and you can vote in the
I'm not
US?
a citizen. I don't. Yeah, yeah. I'm not like a. I'm on a visa.
And you can vote with a
I don't.
visa, right? In the state that you're
Yeah,
in?
yeah, you can. It's a resident visa. Yeah, if you can do a resident visa, you can
And
vote.
did you vote in 2024?
No, I didn't vote. I restricted from voting. I didn't vote. I wasn't here at that time.
Okay, so you are Canadian then.
No, I'm here. I can tell you exactly where I am. I'm in Louisiana. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I believe you.
Yeah.
And do you plan to
I'm
vote in the
being
next
honest with you.
election?
Yeah, I would like to.
Do you
Yeah,
plan to vote in
that's
2026? Are you registered to vote?
that's the plan. I'm not registered yet, but I will be here. I will be like it's a plan to be. Hopefully, I have my green card and I can get I can become
Will you
fully
be able
American
to
by
by
then.
2026? Or no?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. The answer is yes. Yeah.
Alrighty then. I guess like, what still gets you to want to support Trump then? Because it sounds like right now you shouldn't, based on everything you've said.
Well, it's because, like I said, everything I've said to this point is that if a liberal administration put forward, like we just talked about, imposing on those exact companies, easy change over. That's a huge thing that would push me over to that side for sure, 100%. But it's just not the opposition to tariffs is what's our solution? Just to let it be as it is. Like you've pointed out a really good flaw, and I have to see this is actually making me reconsider this. One of the flaws you pointed out is that the increased tariffs would increase the sale price, but I guess those companies within those countries can counteract that increase in sale price by further exploiting their labor force, which is a problem. That's a huge flaw in the tariffs, and I don't know the solution to that. We talked about imposing labor force restrictions on those companies and whatnot, but neither party has produced that. And I think, I mean, I liked the tariff component to it because I think it did a good job at least increasing that price in the short term. But I just, yeah, it's a flaw. You're right. We have to address it for sure.
So then,
Like, that's a
again, my
great
point would then be
flaw.
is that like, it seems like Democrats would be preferable to you then, because I bet you believe in science, right? Trump doesn't.
Oh, for
I
sure.
bet you believe in democracy. Trump doesn't. He tried to undermine our democracy in 2021.
So let's talk about. Can we talk about democracy though? Can we talk about that for
Yeah,
a
yeah.
sec? Yeah. So I don't think he's undermining democracy. I think that he's a obnoxious human being. I think there's a lot of things that he does that are just.
And by the
as
way,
a
chat, I
person, I
just
don't
want to say
like.
this, by the way, I actually do think legal permanent residents should be able to vote. So I'm keeping him up because even if he can't vote from a legal standpoint, he's legally in the country. I actually do think he should be able to vote. And I mean, he still meets the criteria because he is in the U.S. and he's going to be planning to vote in the future. So I'm going to continue with that, but I do
Thank you,
think he
Parker.
should be able to vote.
Thank you, Parker. So, yeah. So I was saying, yeah. So I think as a person, I think he's obnoxious. I think he says some shit sorry. I think he says things that are completely out of pocket. And I wish he wasn't. Like, I think a better candidate, to be honest, that would have been better would have been RFK Jr. I like him much better as a candidate. I like his policies better. I like a lot of things about him a lot better.
I
But
definitely
again,
don't think you should. But okay, but like here's my point: is like election were held
let's go back
today.
to that.
Harris versus Trump. Who'd you rather vote for?
right now, if those are my binary choices, I'm picking Trump. I'm picking Trump unless we
Why?
can change the platform that's putting forward. Again,
Why?
I still think the tariffs is a better solution to what we have right now. So
It's not.
if liberals were to change their to correct that or to address that
I
issue.
literally just told you how it's actually worse because it reduces labor standards, not benefits them.
So what is the okay? So what is the platform? What is the Liberal caucus, I guess, is position on? Like, what are they going to do to address this issue? The fact that there's goods coming in from
I
outside
don't
the
think
country.
either side is addressing that. I don't think Trump's goal is to address that, and I don't think Dems' goal was to address that specifically. But I do think on a broader standpoint, the Democrats' position in terms of soft power does actually extend to those particular values, right, around the world to a greater extent, whereas Trump is limiting our sphere of influence in terms of soft power, especially by limiting U.S. aid and by specifically decreasing our relationships with our allies, right? Therefore, limiting those particular standards in terms of democracy, right? And, the UN Declaration of Human Rights, things like that, that we would say that we wanted to establish as a baseline for, values.
So okay, so we're saying that basically no sides really addresses that issue, so it's a wash because tariffs really
Yeah,
don't do
it's
that.
not one that
So
differentiates one side by the other. Is it something that we should address? Yeah. But
okay.
maybe Harris does have a like a position on this, by the way. Maybe she would want to do something on this, but it wasn't something talked about on the election trail or anything like
Okay.
that, to my understanding, on either
So I'll
side.
concede that. I'll concede that to you. I'll concede that to you, Parker. So if those are both nullified and you point out a really good flaw with the tariffs, that means it's a sum zero for me. So yeah, that brings me closer to Democratic side for sure. Yeah, yep.
For sure. At this point, would you say like you wouldn't vote, or would you say you would lean toward Harris?
I'm 50-50. Like I probably I probably more wouldn't vote, but I'm
Okay.
yeah, I'm on the fence, man. I'm like really, you got me like right there. So
Okay.
that's always been my
Well,
biggest
I would
economic
recommend you
platform and
just
approach
keep
from
watching
Trump.
these live streams. Maybe I'll be able to convince you of my continual beliefs because I'll give you reasoning each time. But appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thanks, Parker. Appreciate the
Alrighty,
conversation. Have a
alrighty.
good day.
Susan, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Susan in the comment section right now. Madeline as well. Thank you so much for the $2. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. As well as AJ, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. T Sudi, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said you must be a citizen to vote. Green card holders are ineligible to vote. It's a felony for them to even attempt to do so. Well, thank you for letting me know the information. Narado as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They said in Canada, my dad made $80K and paid like 45% tax. I asked him if that upset. He said no, because he would rather live in a society where people were educated and children. If it would be better. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Let's go to the next individual quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get on to the next individual. I do think that tax rate is too high. Even I do think that we'd be able to achieve like our goals without even having that high of a tax rate for that level of income, by the way, even in the United States. So, and even then, that would still be like, what someone could say. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm gonna rape your grandparents, you fat fucking.
You're disgusting. Well, my grandparents aren't alive anymore, so that's a crazy thing to say. Let's go on the next individual. It'd be crazy either way, but I don't know why. I don't know why they feel the need to do things like that. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Hey, dude, you've been in my guest box the whole live stream. Literally the whole live stream.
Why do you care?
Why do I care? Because you spend so much.
Why do you care how long I'm in your fucking live stream?
Because
like all these other people are your fans, and they're in your live stream.
Why do you spend so much time doing this?
I'm in your live stream.
Yeah. Why do you spend so much time doing this? Like, well, I'm not.
Ask your fans.
I understand. Yeah,
ask your fans.
Yeah, I understand why they do, because of the fact that they like my content. Okay, if you don't like me, if you think I'm dishonest, and you think I am a grifter, why do you continue to support my content?
It's good to know what's going on the other side, idiot.
Okay, but I'm a grifter under your view. So
Talk
that's not
about
actually like what's
Guadalajara,
happening
bro.
on the other
Talk about
side. Push the
Guadalajara.
galaxy.
That's
Listen,
why we don't want people like that in
listen,
our
listen.
country, man.
Well, I'm not going to talk to you about anything else right now. I just want to clarify. I just wanted to say, like, genuinely, like, why do you specifically feel like you have to come to me, and why do you feel like you have to send a guest request? You can still like look into what I'm saying without having to send a guest request. You feel the need to try to get attention from me all the time and to support my live
It's
stream, to
not
sit in my
attention.
box. You're giving me you. By the way, you help support the stream so much.
I bet I do. I mean,
How do you feel
I'm
you
pretty
help
sure.
me grift under your view?
How do I feel I helped you?
You help me grift. Like, actively speaking, you help me grift more.
I mean, I just think it's indicative of
You're the
what's going
assistant
on.
grift.
I
You're the
honestly
assistant
think it's
grifter.
opening the window to some people.
Assistant to the grifter. Assistant to the regional manager.
Assistant to the grifter. I mean, no. I mean, I'm not getting paid by the DNC like some of these other people. I mean,
Do you still think I'm paid
it's
by the
starting
DNC?
to. Well, I think something's going on. Like I said, indirect
Okay.
lobbying, but
Indirect lobbying. Who's lobbying money to me?
like Mamdani, Buttigieg.
Mondani and Buttigieg are sending me money. You're trolling, right?
No, it's. Do you know what indirect lobbying means?
Yeah. How are they sending me money?
Indirect lobbying. So direct lobbying.
Wait,
would be
Buttigieg
them
is not
sending
even
you
in a
paycheck.
position of power right now, and he's sending me cash.
So that would be direct lobbying. Indirect lobbying means like giving you credit or like, making you more credible with having a person of, someone in
You
Congress.
could maybe
or
say that for
somebody
Dean.
in
They
politics.
haven't been on my live. Neither of them have been on my live.
I thought Buttigieg was on you.
Nope, that was Dean. So
I
am I
mean,
just not connected with the DNC enough?
I don't know. You're not view botting enough like him.
I'm not view botting enough. So Dean just view bots more than me.
I mean, yes, it's obvious when it goes from
why
20K to
if-
15K. In like
Why
10
don't I
seconds.
do that? Why don't I get more of the views then? Why don't I view bot to the same level?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Is it too expensive or something?
No, that just tells you it's not a view bot, you dumbass.
Well,
Like,
you have
come on.
significantly
Use your
less
brain for a
people.
second. Use your brain for 1 second. Doesn't that just tell you that's not a view bot? Like, how
He
fucking
definitely
stupid
view
are you,
bots.
genuinely?
You definitely view bots, dude. It goes from like 20K to 15K.
T Sudi, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat for years. A donor on behalf of Buttigieg and Mom Daddy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for T Sudi in the comment section right now for the $100 from Buttigieg and Mom Donnie. Can you thank Buttigieg and Mom Donnie for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat?
Can you thank the Jalisco cartel for, taking over the
Can you
Guadalajara
thank T Sudi for the
airport?
$100 from Buttigieg and Mom Donnie?
How do you feel about the American, hostages? You're not talking about them, are you?
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I'm not trying to get wrapped into a conversation that's broader with him. I was just fucking with him because he's an idiot. And I'm like, oh, you really think that, like, they're fucking bots? Like, why don't I get the same amount as Dean then? Like, that makes literally no sense. Yo, what's up, how to you? He literally thinks that, like, Dean just pays for more bots than me. Like unironically. So I just want to I appreciate every single one of the bots in the chat. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming to the stream every single day. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how to you? Appreciate the bots. Seriously, like, I wouldn't be able to do this without the bots. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be able to do it. The bots that come here every single day, watch the stream. Seriously, I appreciate it so much. Yo, what's about you? As a fellow bot myself, I love running the streams. AI Parker, I guess. Thank you for the handout. Yo, what's about you?
Wait. This is like a break, okay?
Fetus. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's about you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
April.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
You have a little bit of feedback and echo. Is there a way you can fix that real quick?
Yeah, I can put on my AirPods.
Yeah, that works. Alrighty, while you do that, I'm going to mute you real quick. Benjamin, thank you for the $5 for the beep boop. I am totally DNC funded robot. My primary function is disagreeing politically, calculating. Cal, thank you so much for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Those aren't the droids you are looking for. They said, oh, look, your argument is still weak. That's what they said. Literally, that's so funny. We got about another 59 minutes or so left on the stream, everyone. I'm going to get to like 4 hours or so, and then I'm going to call it for today. That means I have another hour left on the stream. Joey, did you get your AirPods?
Yeah, I got him.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So mainly because, I don't think he's like the greatest person deep down, but he is like a businessman, and I think he's doing a damn good job at running the country.
No, I don't. I think he's doing a horrible job. So can you name one economic indicator that's got better off since Trump's got in office?
Interest rates, gas prices.
So interest rates are worse off than what they would have been otherwise because the fact that Donald Trump has imposed tariffs that put upward pressure on prices, about $1,500 on average per consumer in this country. Alongside, you say gas prices. Gas prices went down at a similar rate between 2023 and 2024 by 20 cents or so. So that's like common for that to happen. That's not specifically just because the Trump administration. So what did he do to cause that particular indicator? Because I could reference real GDP growth has gone down in 2025 as compared to 2024. Real median wage growth has gone down in 2025 as compared to 2024. Real domestic manufacturing investment declined every single quarter of Trump's administration. We saw the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Unemployment increase and inflation stay up above the target rate of 2%.
So, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but from my experience, I live in a small town, and if, you know, there is some people I know that are unemployed, but they could get a job if they wanted a job. It kind of seems like they don't want to work. They kind of want socialism, kind of what everyone on the left wants. And at that point,
Do you think I want
I'm not going to
socialism?
work neither. I mean, I think it's what like the big left people want. Yes,
Okay.
correct. I don't think
So
you
what is
directly want it.
socialism?
So the easiest way to describe it is if I work for $10, you'll take $5 out of my pocket, put it into your pocket.
That's not what socialism is. Okay.
Then what is it?
Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Okay. So it's more about like specifically if you engage in labor in a company that you would be one of the democratic owners of that company. So it's democratic ownership, right? I just want to clarify if you're talking about taxation within the context of a capitalist structure, that's liberalism. Okay, there's no issue with taxing people specifically in order to be able to ensure that we have adequate services for people who are in need within the context of a capitalist structure. I'm a liberal. I believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations, right? And literally, I think that people's basic needs should be met. So yeah, I do think that we should tax people to a modest level, a good extent, specifically to ensure that people are taken care of in our society.
Me too. And that's why we have different tax brackets here in America. But under the Trump administration, obviously the border's a lot more secure. So that just makes our whole country a lot safer.
The border being secure has nothing to do with the rest of the country. Like literally, like, can you tell me how that's made the economy better off? Because I think it's made the economy worse off that they're engaging in mass deportation policy.
Well, whether it makes the economy worse off or better, definitely, I think it's the right thing to do because let me explain why right now. Because a lot of these undocumented immigrants, they're coming in, obviously undocumented, and they're being treated better than our veterans.
Not
They're
true. Like
getting
undocumented immigrants don't get any social services. Plus, Donald Trump's administration has cut the VA. So the only reason that veterans would be treated not as well is because Trump's administration is cutting their benefits.
That's not true.
It is true. You want to bet? The amount of VA employees have been cut by the Trump administration.
I thought you meant like they're taking away their VA disability.
Yeah, that's
Which
literally
is not
cutting
true.
access to care.
So how is Trump taken away from the veterans?
How is Trump taking away? Because he cut the amount of people who are working for the VA, and it reduces access to care for veterans.
I'm sorry, it's kind of lagging in and out. You said a lot of people working for the veteran affair. That's why.
Yeah, he cut people working for the VA who are providing care, right, from being employed with the VA, which reduces access to care.
How is that when right now we have the largest and strongest military than we've ever had?
Okay. So we had the largest and strongest military for the time under the Biden administration. Actually, it was stronger than what existed prior under the Trump administration under his first term. So I don't know what your argument is there.
Well, that's not true because look at Biden's plan in Afghanistan. It's a completely disaster.
Yeah,
It's a
that was
completely
Trump's
mess. You know,
Trump's contract that he set up, right? And literally, or not contract, Trump set up that deal with the Taliban, and then literally Biden had to follow through with it. So by the way,
yeah,
Biden, it wasn't Biden's.
Trump had a plan, but obviously Biden didn't go with Trump's plan. Biden had his own plan, and we've seen how it turned out.
Okay. So what did Biden do specifically to cause that to happen?
So what did he do? Obviously, he reversed all of Trump's, executive orders and everything that he had going.
What
Like
specifically?
for instance, the wall is just one of them.
The wall has
shutting
nothing to do with
down.
Afghanistan. I'm asking you, what did he do specifically with Afghanistan that led to this happening in terms of the people dying?
Well, yeah,
And he brought up the
canceled
wall.
Trump's
He
plan.
brought up the
Trump-
wall. Like, what the
Trump-
fucking relevance
well,
did that have?
Because he canceled the wall, he stopped fracking, he stopped doing everything.
There was
that
only
the Trump
3.5% of the
administration
wall
was
that was started by the Trump administration in terms of new wall, and only 22% specific refurbishment of the wall. And Joe Biden did not stop fracking. What are you talking about?
No, he definitely did. That's why gas went up to $10 a gallon in California.
Okay, so
everyone pays their own gas
that is not the
prices.
reason. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And by the way, nowhere in California was it $10. What the fuck are
No,
you
it
talking
was.
about? No, it wasn't.
It
I
was.
live in LA. What the fuck are you talking about? $10. I went to the literally most expensive place in LA for fucking gas before and looked at the price, and it wasn't $10. Okay, it wasn't. I don't even think it was $9. It was less than $9.
So what was the highest it got under the Biden administration?
So in terms of gas prices, the highest that I would see it is in the $5 range, and that's in LA.
Wow. Well, I was seeing it at the $5 range here in my small town, where obviously I know LA has a
Really?
lot higher
I
gas
mean,
prices.
I didn't see it get above that.
And right now, I would say that gas is about half of that. I just filled up my truck. I got about $2.30 a gallon.
Okay. So what's your point?
So my point is, I got to save, about $20 right there filling up my tank. If I times that by every single week, those numbers add up. I would take the extra money in my pocket.
Wait,
but
you
a
say
lot of
those numbers
people
add up. So what
don't
about
want
the
it. A lot of
what about the
people would rather pay
$1,500?
a higher gas
What about the
price
$1,500
because it's Trump
difference?
doing it,
What about the
and they don't like Trump doing
$1,500
it.
difference from the tariffs that Trump
Obviously,
imposed?
Obama has deported a lot more
Okay.
people than Trump
Okay,
has.
is he gonna
No one
fucking
had a
listen?
problem
Hey, buddy,
with him doing
listen.
it.
Hello. Hey, tariffs. They
I'm
increased
listening,
your
Parker.
prices of consumer products by $1,500.
Well,
You gonna-
not that I see in my town. My car payment's the same. My mortgage payment's the same, and grocery prices are actually going down in my area.
They have
same
gone
with the
up.
gas
You're
prices.
just not acknowledging
and-
reality. He's just denying reality.
No, how have they gone up? They've gone significantly down. Because there was literally a bird flu going around
You
not
said they've
too
gone
long
significantly
ago
down.
that
No, they
caused-
haven't. Prices have gone up. You can look at this from the Bureau of Labor
Well,
Statistics.
From a lot of stuff, prices has gone down, like lumber, eggs, and then obviously gas, oil, and that could be because Trump moved into Venezuela and took their oil. So
So
that
you
makes
think
it
it's so?
cheaper
By the
for
way,
us.
one, that's not the reason. Two, if that was the reason, that would not be a justified reason. Why would that not be a justified reason? Because it's not justified to go fucking steal things from other people to benefit yourself. I have a question. Would you be okay? Would you be okay if I were to steal organs from you?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. Well, you understand that would benefit me, right?
Correct.
So just because something benefits me doesn't mean I should do it, right?
I 100% agree with you.
Okay.
Who built all of the refineries in Venezuela? The
So
United States did.
just because we have refineries that we helped build with them in Venezuela does not mean that right now, like literally 50 years later, after the fact that we had no ownership over them for the past 50 years, we should somehow get fucking ownership of them. That makes literally no sense. We decided to engage in trade with them, knowing that they could restrict at any point. By the way, just because we've imposed tariffs on them would not on other countries, which has reduced their market share in our country, doesn't mean that they are owed that market share continually in the future because they already had that market share prior. That's ridiculous arguments that can come from that. So I don't see what your position is there at all.
So here's the point I'm trying to make. We're not necessarily stealing their oil. The
We
Venezuelans were
literally
actually
are.
partying. Well, they were actually partying in the streets, happy that we captured Maduro because he was a dictator.
Those were
So I'm
people in the
sure.
context of the United States, and of course they're happy that Maduro's gone, right? Maduro's a horrible
Well, no, the
person,
people in
but
Venezuela were
they
partying.
weren't materially benefited in any meaningful way. Why? Because the same administration staying in office, plus the Trump administration is threatening them and saying if you don't give us the oil, that we're going to bomb them. So explain to me how it's not stealing, but we're literally saying if you don't give us the oil, we're gonna bomb you. Like that makes no fucking sense. That's obviously stealing. We're not stupid.
Well, I haven't heard Trump say that, right? Trump obviously said we are going to be taking the oil. We're going to be selling it. We're going to be using it
Yeah,
because we
that is
built the
not our
refineries in
oil
the
to
first
control.
place.
That is not
So,
our oil to control. That is literally stealing. Are you Christian?
yeah, I am.
Yeah, so you think it's justified to violate one of the 10 commandments?
Well, yeah, obviously you shall not steal. But let me
So
ask you
then you
this,
just
Parker.
contradicted
L-
yourself, buddy. You're
No,
literally
let me ask you
advocating
this
for our
because it's not
government to
stealing.
sin. You're straight up
It's not
advocating for
stealing.
the government to sin and steal things from other
We
countries. You just were
we built
arguing that
those
that's
refineries.
justified, and it's literally in violation of one of your 10 commandments. Dude, look at your own scripture and actually, like, literally hold to it principally for one fucking second.
Would you rather have the money from the
4
Venezuelan
fucking
oil
seconds. 4
going
fucking seconds it
to
took for you to
the
piss me
mob?
off
Would you rather
again.
have it? Would you rather have it going to obviously the cartels in Venezuela, or would you rather have Trump get that dictator out of office, have the Venezuelan people partying, and have our oil prices go down, and then they can actually have a peace because that dictator's out of office, and obviously America is greater than 2 months ago before it happened.
So I don't think that Trump meaningfully benefited them anyway. I don't think it's justified to steal from them because you're saying that you were literally trying to take out one of like the people that was literally treating their country bad. If you agree that they're treating the country bad and that they're not legitimately in that position, why not put the people who were democratically elected into that position rather than specifically maintaining the same regime in office and just threatening to literally bomb them if they don't give you oil? That to me seems like you're just really interested in what benefits you, what you can steal from them, rather than specifically benefiting them in terms of their material conditions. But I mean, you can just keep believing the cons.
Well, let me ask you a question, right? Let's say I had my own private island and I let you come on there because we're friends, right? And let's say I built a sweet cabin on on the island. It's my island. I built a sweet cottage on there, like to fish, have fires, whatever, good time. And, since you're my friend, you build a cabin on the other side of the island. But it's my island, and I just kick you off of it. And I'm like, nope, you're not allowed to your cabin anymore. It's mine now. So you come back and you take me, you capture me and you take my whole island. Are you wrong for that?
Go back. I got lost, man. Try again.
Okay, so let's say I had an island, right? And I built a cabin or a house on it, right on the water, looking beautiful. And you did the same thing because you're my friend. And then
We're not
I
friends.
switch. Well, let's just say we are for like this example. So you build your house on my island, we're getting along, and then I switch up on you, Parker, and I'm like, actually, you're not allowed to come over here on my island anymore, even though you just spent your own money, probably hundred thousands of dollars, building this piece of property on my island. It's mine now. So you come back and you don't just take the property back, but you take the whole island. Are you wrong for that?
I think that if you have a agreement together, specifically where you have like qualified ownership of it, then you might have some sort of say over it. Otherwise, you don't. It doesn't seem like you had
Perfect.
qualified ownership.
Perfect.
So let's clarify.
So we never should have lost our
Can I bring one
refineries
thing
in
up here? Can I bring
Venezuela.
one thing up here? If I
Of course.
specifically were to go to someone's house and I were to buy a couch for them, buy them some gifts, right, and things, and work with them a little bit with inside their house, right? Would that like somehow justify me like stealing that from them like 50 years later?
No.
Okay. That's literally what's happening here. Okay. So let's just clarify real quick, right? 50 years later, okay, we helped them build up industry 50 years ago. That does not mean that we have ownership over it now in terms of the oil that they have now. That makes no sense. And then also, by the way, if that's the argument, why do we only get a certain amount of barrels, right? That's not qualified based upon how much we would have got otherwise. That makes no fucking sense, right? Along with the fact that, again, this is just bullshit that the Trump administration is trying to make up so that they can steal from another country. This is clearly stealing.
Well, no, the oil needs to be refined anyways, so they need our help to even sell it.
Actually, how about this? Let me give you an example. Let's say that like I did like let's say that someone specifically has there's like a group YouTube channel. Let's give an example of the Daily Wire, right? Specifically on the conservative side. Let's say someone makes videos for the Daily Wire, right? They made multiple videos for them. They were one of the foundational people making videos for them because they made videos for them to benefit their own channel, right? In terms of viewership. Does that mean that they have like they deserve to be paid gratuity in the long run, even if they didn't sign an agreement establishing that they would get that? Would they be able to sue, right, for money specifically, even though there was no designated contract specifically that gave them ownership? No, they would get laughed off. Okay, they specifically were someone who made a video, right, for a particular organization, right, not someone who signed a particular agreement to have ownership over the entirety of the fucking business because of the fact that they literally made a few videos. Right?
I mean, sure, yes, I agree with you.
Okay. So if you agree with that, at least from your own perspective, wouldn't that then mean that like we don't really have an ownership over their oil?
No, I don't think that.
I think it's pretty clear. But tell me why you dispute that.
I dispute that because obviously it was the United States that built the refineries. So, they just tried cutting us out of it, and not giving us any of it. So at that point, I honestly agree with Trump. Let's stand on business and take our oil back.
Okay? So that's called stealing. That's a violation of one of the 10 commandments that you literally say is enshrined into the moral fabric of our reality by your literal fucking Lord and Savior. Let's just clarify that real quick. So you just completely overlook that, by the way.
No, I get that. And let's say this, right? Obviously, the Lord and Savior wants you to honor your mother and father. I'm sure there's been a time where you've probably lied to your parents. That doesn't, necessarily mean, like, obviously you've made a sin, one of the 10 commandments, but that's why Jesus, the Lord and Savior, has died for us to forgive us for our sins. So when it comes down to another country in America, you got to put America first, which is why, I agree with obviously our ICE agents have to be tough because they're getting out, a lot of undocumented immigrants a lot of tough immigrants that have a lot of charges, so
So
of course our
5% of
ICE
those
agents
detained by
gotta
ICE
be
have
tough.
a violent criminal record. Okay. So I don't know what your argument is there. They're mostly going after people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. If you wanted to go after people who have literally are violent sex offenders, for example, how about you start with the president?
So I would love to start with the
How about you
president.
start
Put
with
him
the
in put
president? How about you don't vote for
put.
that guy that's literally a violent sex offender, held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct. He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. That's the guy that you fucking support, just letting you know. And by the way, you're willing to say that all of these things about undocumented immigrants, that which are disproportionately less likely to commit these particular types of offenses, but you're not willing to hold your literal president that you fucking support to a cult-like degree accountable for this.
I mean, I completely understand where you're coming from, and I agree with putting him up on the stage and get 12 people to say he's guilty.
Okay, so if you want to hold him accountable and say that he's guilty, which, by the way, he already was in a civil court, then why do you still support him?
Well, so he wasn't like federally, so he didn't have 12 juries sitting on there, and
He
12
had
people
9
didn't say
people
that.
unanimously in a jury determine that he did this.
Oh, well, that's not 12.
What? Is that supposed to mean that you don't accept the determination from the civil court? Let me ask you this question. Do you accept the determinations in any civil court?
Well, yeah, I think that people do be accused for a lot of crimes that they don't do.
Do you
Now, do I
accept the
think Trump is
determinations in civil
perfect?
courts typically?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you typically accept the determinations in civil courts?
Yes.
Okay, so if you typically accept the determinations in civil courts, why don't you accept the determination in a civil court against Donald Trump indicating that he sexually abused a woman?
Because I already know the women you're talking about. You know, I think it's like Eugene Carroll.
Eugene
And
Carroll.
you could just ask from literally multiple sources that, you know, she's a liar, and that's why she can't even
Name
come out
one time she
herself.
lied.
I mean, you'd have to search it up yourself. There's
Wait,
multiple
you're the
people
one
that
claiming it.
know she's a
You
liar.
claim that she's
Okay.
lied. What did she
Yeah.
name one time she lied? And tell me the
I'm
specific
searching
lie.
up on my computer right now.
Go ahead. I'll give you time because I can tell you Trump lying, right? He said he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way. So like that's a blatant lie. Literally, by the way, he said that he never met her.
1 second.
There was a dress with DNA on it, unidentified male DNA. Eugene Carroll claimed it's Donald Trump's DNA. Donald Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't the scene of the crime. Trump chose not to give up his DNA, which tells us that it's probably because he thinks it would incriminate him. Why? Because of the fact that otherwise it would have proved that he wasn't the scene of the crime, and he wouldn't have had to give up tens of millions of dollars in the suit. So, by the way, I think Trump would clearly prefer tens of millions of dollars over having to give up his DNA and have it tested real quick to prove his innocence. He's super narcissistic. You know damn well if he had the ability to disprove a particular claim like this from happening, right, or from being the case, he would do it immediately. So how about you acknowledge that?
Maybe and maybe not. I mean, if the cops were investigating me on a crime, I wouldn't just necessarily give them my evidence, whether I did it or not. You know, I'm not giving over any of my DNA or anything like that. I would make
Wait,
them
I'm
get
sorry. That's just
a warrant
bullshit.
for it,
You would
signed by a
rather
judge.
you'd rather give away 10,000 by the way, you want a judge to sign a warrant, but you don't care about that when it comes to ICE, by the way. They literally got rid of their need for judicial warrants in order to search and seize. So that's one thing. Two, as it relates to this in the context of civil courts, if referencing this, again with the civil court, you can acknowledge that he should have given it up in this scenario because it would have proved that he wasn't at the scene of the crime. It would have disproved this and he wouldn't have had to give up tens of millions of dollars. Would you rather give up millions of dollars or give up your DNA to disprove that you were at the scene of the crime when you have never met that person ever?
I mean, yeah, I get where you're coming from, but I would also make law
Any reasonable
enforcement
person
do their
would do that.
job.
I'm sorry. You've got to be one of the stupidest people on the planet if you are that naive to believe that Donald Trump specifically doesn't think that it would incriminate him in that scenario, and that's why he didn't give up his DNA. Because damn well he would fucking give that information up right away if he had the ability to fucking exonerate himself. You know how he is as a person. Don't act like you don't think that he wouldn't do that.
And if they thought it was true, they would get it signed by a judge and they'd get his DNA.
No, because it's not a criminal case, it's a civil case. they would do that in a criminal case, and they would have forced him to give up his DNA. That's something that they could do. In a civil case, you can't do that. Why was it in a civil case and not a criminal case? Because of statute of limitations, which means after a certain amount of years, that no matter what, you cannot try your abuser accountable in a criminal court. It's a bullshit fucking law that should not exist because many victims take decades to come out in these situations. And because they take decades to come out does not mean it didn't happen to them, because many types of conditions in our societies prevent them from coming out. Our society prevent them from coming out, specifically because of people like you that don't believe them right away. That don't believe them when there's evidence to indicate that they seriously were sexually assaulted. Even when there's credible accusations against the person specifically that you're defending, literally from a minor in the Epstein files. It's like literally anything could come out about this guy and you'd still support him.
Well, I already said I don't think he's the best person, but I think he's a hell of a businessman running the country. The stock market's at an all-time high, so that means everyone's
Who are you, Pam Bondi?
401ks.
The Dow's at 50,000. So by the way, the stock market was at all-time highs under the Biden administration and was growing at a higher rate under the Biden administration. Real GDP growth is lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. Real median wage growth is lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Unemployment increased. Real domestic manufacturing investment declined every single quarter of Trump's administration. Real business investment declining every single quarter of Trump's administration. We saw record levels of bankruptcies right in the past 4 years. Right, so you understand that all of these conditions in terms of the economy got significantly worse off, and even the fucking growth of the stock market is lower. So you cannot mention almost any fucking metric in the economy that's better off. You are literally just making shit up when you say that.
No, they didn't. Trump had the black
and Joey, you can say something real quick, and then
before Biden got in.
Not true. Actually, Biden had it even lower. It was even lower under Biden. Did you know that?
That's not true.
Yes, it was. Do you want to bet?
Okay, pull it up.
Do you want to bet?
Sure.
Okay, I bet you it was lower under Biden, right, in terms of the black unemployment rate comparative to Trump under his first administration. Do you acknowledge that? Is that you think otherwise, right?
Correct. I think otherwise.
Okay. How much do you want to bet?
I'm not trying to lose, so I'll bet you $1.
You know that you're going to lose, and that's why you felt like you had to do that. Otherwise, $500 right now. $500 on the line right now.
I'm just not trying to lose $500.
Yeah, I know, because you would lose $500.
And that's how I make my money. I don't
so
make my money debating.
So can you acknowledge you would lose $500 if you made this bet?
Maybe, probably. You'd probably pull up some BS, article of it.
No, I'll show you from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the federal government.
Sounds good.
$500?
No, not $500.
How much? Give me a number. Highest number
Maybe
you could.
$5 max.
Okay, I'll take it. $5.
But I'm also searching it up on my computer too, and I'm pulling up, a website obviously I want.
Okay, do whatever you'd like. I'll pull it up for you right now. In the meantime, Renee, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Renee in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Kristen, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you. Said for your unbelievable patience. Thank you very much. Alexis, thank you so much for the $1 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep, that would have been actually that would have been a good one. Benjamin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the beep boop. Processing claim. Gas prices down because my guy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Guy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Interesting name there. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Vicky as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Dark, I really appreciate the membership subscription on YouTube as well. TYG, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Got some W's for them in the comment section. They said SEC VA tried to make it legal to decrease our veteran disability 3 days ago. They halted it, thank God, but they tried to do it until us veterans threatened to refuse treatment. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Got some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you for letting us all know. Kristen as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Bruno, thank you for the $1.50. They said, please read, VA funding does not directly come from the Department of Defense military budget. And VA funding does not directly come from the Department of Budget. The VA's new medication rule requires rating disabilities based upon how you function with meds. If your pills mask symptoms, your rating could drop. Let me read off the full thing. Oh, skip. Oh, I can't read the whole thing. It treats managed symptoms as improvements, potentially cutting benefits for veterans who follow their treatment plans. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's absolutely insane. Thank you for letting me know. Craig, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. And Paula, thank you for the $35 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, what was the thing you asked for? Dude, you there? Jelly?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold up. I pulled it up already.
Yeah, I'm
I
here.
apologize. I already pulled it up. I got to do by year. Give me one quick second. By year graph. And it will pull up, and then I'll pull it up on the screen, and I'll show you how you're wrong. All right, perfect. Here we are. Alrighty, let's do that. One second. Sorry, everyone. I apologize. It's taking a second to pull up. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, it's not showing me a graph that I could pull up. Oh my god, this is annoying. Do you have anything to talk about while or you just want to sit here in silence? Hello, are you there? Hello. Hello, are you there? Hello.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, alrighty, just making sure. Alrighty, we're pulling up on the stream. So you see, this specifically is unemployment rate for people who are black. If you want to reference the number, let me pull it up and go on to it real quick. Do you see right now, it got down to Biden's administration all the way down to 4.8%. Okay? Lowest under Trump was 5.3%. So it was low under Biden. Now, you can send me $5, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. You have me $5.
I got you. But look, on my screen, it shows a different chart.
No, it doesn't.
So you could go to the.
What are you looking at? What is the
It
graph?
says
What does the
President
graph say?
Trump so happy, black unemployment rate at a historic low.
So
Go to
Hey,
www.npr.org.
what you're not understanding is that, yes, it was a historic low, right, for that time, but it was even lower under the Biden administration. That's what I was claiming. Does that make sense? Hello?
No, well, maybe because a bunch of illegals came in and, they're able to
No.
work for lower wages.
No.
And with them gone, there will be more open jobs. More of us will be able to afford
No.
houses.
So actually,
cheaper
immigration,
interest rates.
you don't know.
Everyone's going to be better off in America.
No, immigration actually leads to higher levels of employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens. We actually see wage growth for natural-born U.S. citizens. We see more productivity, GDP growth, reductions in deficits by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years. So actually, you're wrong on practically every point there.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I just proved you wrong. You can't just say no.
No, I'm
Nuh-uh is not an
Bro,
argument.
I work in the mortgage industry.
Dude,
Rates
nuh-uh
were at
is not an
8%
argument.
last year before Trump got in.
What'd you
Now
say?
everyone's refinancing to
Yeah,
get their
wait, interest
home
rates have
lower,
gone down, but
principal
what you're not
and interest
understanding is they
payment.
would have gone down to a greater extent if Trump never imposed tariffs. Want to know why? Because tariffs
Well, yeah,
put upward
but
pressure
look
on
what
prices.
Trump has done already in his first year.
What?
Trump's got 4 years to clean up Biden's mess, and look how great he did in his first year already.
Yeah, it was worse. Everything's
market
become
was
worse.
at
So
an
he
all-time
did
high.
so great. Wait, by the way, he did so great that things got worse than what they were in 2024.
Well, yeah, stock market all-time high, interest rate was at
Nope,
an all-time
stock
low
market is
since
growing at a lower rate than what it
2023.
was in 2024.
Obviously,
Stock market is growing at a lower rate than what it was in 2024.
No, it's not.
Yes,
He
it
caused it
is.
to crash in April like 15% and then just like
What?
rebounded it in one day. Trump made a
Okay,
lot
so
of
wait,
people
you're
rich.
not understanding. So the level of growth is still lower than what it was in terms of the rate right under the Biden administration. So what you're not understanding is that just because it's at all-time highs does not mean it's so amazing compared to what it was prior, because you have to look at the growth rate. Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I mean, it's 106 on the Eastern time. I got to get to bed because I got to wake up for work tomorrow, Parker. You know, I would love to debate you all night because I know you're
Okay,
wrong
well,
on,
I can
you
just
know,
go to the
pretty
next
much
person. Well, I
all of
mean, you're the
this.
one that's wrong.
All right, see ya.
Alrighty, buddy. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual here real quick. Oh wait, where's my $5? Where's my $5, dude? What the fuck, dude? He left without giving me my $5, dude. What the fuck? Wow, dude. What the fuck? My $5, dude. I want that $5. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. We got 20 minutes or so left in live. That means one more person for today. One more person for
I'm gonna
today. Yo, what's up? How old are
fucking
you?
kill you,
Oh,
fat
wait,
fucking bitch.
you're a fucking horrible person. Why is your profile picture Andrew Tate? They're probably a Trump supporter. They just like sex traffickers, like child sex like literally, like people like Trump, and then they literally like sex traffickers like fucking him. That's disgusting. Disgusting.
Yo,
What's
what's
about you?
going on? You know who I am. November
I have
26,
no clue
1997.
who you are. What do you mean you know who I
Okay.
am?
Okay, I was trying to. I debated you before.
How long
So
ago?
let me inform you on the. Let me inform you on the Mar-a-Lago
Hey,
shooting.
dude. How
Do you know?
long ago?
Yesterday,
Okay.
like 2 days ago.
If you just debated me, do not come back on the stream.
So you're afraid to debate me?
No, I just debated you. Literally just debated you. That's how the stream works. It's not complicated. If you just debated me recently, I'm not going to debate you again because everyone just saw the debate. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I currently do, yes.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
With the current information I have, probably still Trump.
Okay. For sure. I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to the conversation. If you want to support me, as always, over in Venmo, PayPal, link to the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I have about 20 minutes or so left on the live. So we do have like this or so to do, and then we're going to be done. Jen, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Jen in the comment section right now. I really appreciate W's for Jen in the comment section. Let me thank some people over on Venmo and PayPal, and then we will start up the conversation. Or not Venmo and PayPal, over on YouTube. Just give me one quick second.
No problem.
Jen, thank you for the $5. Again, thank you. Vicky, thank you for the $10. Daniel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Lady, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Thank you for the love you, by the way, Acazias. Thank you so much, Kala. I really appreciate the $2. Joshua, thank you for the $5. Hino, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Kala, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I came up more just to clarify one of the points that you've been making. So
you don't want to debate about why you support Trump?
Well, yes, but I just want to debate like one specific point quick.
Okay, go ahead.
So when you bring up your economics, I understand you have an economics degree, and when you bring it up, you talk about manufacturing crashing. Like that's the industry that I plan on going into. So I plan on becoming like a manufacturing engineer, and that's one reason that I'm kind of on the fence a little bit, honestly. I just want to know what you exactly mean by that, if that makes sense.
What I mean by manufacturing?
No. Like you said that there's like the manufacturing is decreasing or something along those lines. Like when you were talking to, I think his name was Johnny or
domestic
something like that.
manufacturing investment declined every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Okay, so I've seen personally like companies that I've worked for in the past as an intern, companies are rapidly expanding, and I just want, like you're saying as a whole,
Yeah, I'm saying that as a whole, for the overall economy, domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Okay. Okay. So, all right, honestly, I mean, yeah, that clarifies it. Honestly,
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
originally I did support the tariffs, but you've changed my mind on that because I didn't understand that it was a universal tariff, especially with goods and natural resources that we can't produce in the U.S. Like I understand that we have to import those, and having a blanket tariff on that, obviously, if you're a reasonable person, you can understand that like manufacturing prices will go up. So, yeah, honestly, I I mean, I don't really have any other points, honestly. Sorry.
Okay, so you don't support Trump anymore?
Not as much as I used to. No, I appreciate
Okay.
the information that you give out.
What still leans you towards supporting Trump?
Honestly, just things I've seen in the past. Like you've probably heard it. Like at the time I was young, and Kamala. Sorry, I don't want to mispronounce her name. Kamala.
Kamala.
Okay, thank you. I saw a thing that she said all 18 to 24-year-olds are incompetent. Have you seen that clip?
She didn't say that. She said she was kind of saying like the 18 to 24-year-olds are naive, right? And because of those things, we have like dormitories and things like that, specifically in the context of college campuses. She did say that like we're stupid, which I think obviously she's saying like naive. She
Okay.
didn't mean it in like a mean or negative way. I think she kind of just meant it in like a playful, joking sort of way. I don't
Okay.
take it very seriously. And
Yeah,
I do think that we
okay.
are naive. Like that's why we have things to protect people of our age.
I can agree to that. I just think that the clips that I've seen have been taken out of context then in that situation.
Yeah. So
Okay,
then like
well,
what leans you towards Trump still?
I mean, nothing really anymore. Now
Okay.
that I've clarified a couple points, I appreciate your time.
Alrighty, well I appreciate you coming up. Let's get one more conversation before we end it for today. Everyone, about 17 minutes or so left in the live, or actually about 20 minutes because we have because that's when I started the recording. So we'll do it till then. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 16.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok. Rules, everyone, 18 plus. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
My one? Oh, okay. Hi. 56.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would still I feel really betrayed by both, but I more towards Trump right now.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mostly because of the Epstein files, in the sense that Harris never ran on it at all. And so I didn't, and I know everything's come out now with him with it. So that's why I say I feel betrayed and more confused, but I really didn't hear the Democrats talk about it at all. So
That's
I
because there was a
feel
separation between their administration and the DOJ. Trump doesn't have a separation between him and the DOJ. So that's why there's a difference there. Secondly, Trump's not releasing all of the files, or in the manner in which he's legally obligated to release them. He hasn't released all of them and all the explanations of the redactions, and they've literally said that they're done releasing them. And they're also scrubbing interviews associated with a credible accusation from a minor against Trump. So why are they doing that? That sounds like they're trying to hide that.
that's the problem I have. I feel like both people are corrupt and lying, and at least he brought it to the surface. And I guess also he had
Wait,
RFK.
so I don't know how Kamala Harris was the one that was corrupt and lying, because she had an independency of the DOJ and she wasn't affiliated with those daily dealings of the DOJ. That would be Merrick
But
Garland's
she didn't
fault.
run on it at all. She didn't
Yeah,
talk
because
about
she didn't want to make the DOJ anything different than independent. She didn't want to make it completely controlled by her. But you understand that now, given that she has had this information, she probably would call for the release, and she would abide by the law that causes her to release it. So if it was passed by Congress, she would follow the law. The Trump administration isn't following the law, but her administration would.
Well, why wasn't there a law with Biden?
Well, there's a few things to take into consideration here. One, right, it was completely sealed to 2024, right? And there were investigations into co-conspirators and Ghislaine Maxwell's appeals through 2025. So there were limitations for releasing some of the files. But what you're not taking into consideration is that, again, that's Merrick Garland, not Biden and Harris. So public demand was not anywhere near at the same level as what it is now as well. That's another consideration. There wasn't a legal mandate.
Merrick Garland, wasn't he put into the position from
By Biden? Yes. Yes. And Biden put him in that position, and he did bad. But that's you understand that that's something that you could acknowledge in reflection, but given that we didn't have that information present at the time, I don't think that we could have made the same type of assessment.
So when you say they were investigating co-conspirators, but nobody's been arrested other than...
Yeah, the investigation existed, but people weren't arrested. So that to me tells us that there was a cover-up on behalf of the DOJ. Does that mean that specifically the Harris and Biden administration outside of that context was involved? No, it does not. But it does mean that people specifically affiliated with the DOJ that had this information under the Biden administration did affiliate themselves with this cover-up, which is why I apply accountability. It just doesn't apply specifically to Biden and Harris specifically, or to other members of the administration that have nothing to do with the DOJ.
I never understood that, and that was a big point for me.
Well, that was what I would say specifically, and then Trump is the one not releasing them right now. So this could either, by the way, could just get you to like not support both of them.
Well, I mean, what you're saying is that them not releasing it under Biden wasn't like Biden's fault, but he couldn't have said like release it at all.
So one, there wasn't the same public demand. Two, right, there wasn't the information that specifically could be used against people. There was no good information to indicate that was true. You would have had to look at the files to be able to make that determination.
And no one looked at the files?
The people in the DOJ did. This is why I'm saying, I'm like, the DOJ would have had this information, but not necessarily Biden or Trump. There's no good evidence to indicate responsibility on behalf of them unless we had specifically like a mandate, a push for this to happen, or we had some know-abouts about specifically the direct aspects of the DOJ or of the files, because there are millions of documents in the files. So I don't know how the president was supposed to know about all those files or know what was in them and look through them, sift through them. Obviously, the president and Harris wouldn't know about that in this context until Trump gets in office, where he clearly is trying to limit the release of them because he thinks that he's probably incriminated in them.
But how come he was running on that, though? He was running on...
Someone asked him about that.
What do you mean?
Yeah, someone asked him about that. And he was like scrambling. He didn't know how to answer it when he was asked, because he said he would release the JFK files. Then he was asked if he would release the Epstein files. And he was like, yeah, there's some phony stuff in there. So I don't know. But yeah, he seemed like really weird with the answer. I remember reporting on it at the time and being like, why doesn't he want to release them?
I guess
because like I wanted both administrations to release them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was my biggest problem with Harris, is that she never... You could have
wanted them to be released, but you can't say that she had any knowing of the information and then purposefully did that because she didn't want them to be released because she knew that that information would exist there. Like, so like that, there's a few things to say there. Now that's very obvious, specifically with Trump's administration, because of how he's acted with the files and how he's tried to prevent the release of the files. We did not see that try in terms of a prevent of it under the Biden administration, right? By Biden or Harris.
Okay, I would switch my vote then. I understand.
Right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
W's for them in the comment section right now. We're going to get one more person before we end it for today. W's for them. We love hearing that. We love hearing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going?
Yeah, how old are you?
29.
And do you support Trump?
Oh, hell yeah.
Election roll today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I'm a gay Trump supporter who actually does not support past LGB.
What?
And I
Oh, so you don't
hate
support trans people?
No.
Okay. So you're just weird?
No, I just support America.
You can support America and support trans people. I would say supporting trans people is a part of supporting America because America is made up of trans people. They left, by the way. So maybe a troll? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? By the way, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. It'll help get out to more people. We have like 2,000 likes or so right now. Let's try to get to 2,500 before we do end it for today. I would really appreciate it. I am going to be on early tomorrow. You know, maybe we just call it there. Actually, you know, should we just call it? Should we just call it for tonight? Because I am going to be on early tomorrow, and it is getting later already. So I think I might just do that, actually. I'm sorry, I love y'all. I love y'all. I would only stay on for like 7 to 10 more minutes anyway, so it wouldn't even be a full conversation. I love everyone so much. I'm sorry. I love y'all. I apologize. I know. I will be on early tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time. I will be on early, everyone. So tomorrow, just look out for that. Maybe I'll answer a few questions until then. We left it on a good note. I'll answer questions. If you have any questions in the comment section, you can ask me over Venmo and PayPal. You can ask me over YouTube Super Chat. I'll answer questions for the next, I think, like 7 minutes or so. But yeah, tomorrow I will be live 9 a.m. Pacific time. By the way, Constance, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said thank you for choosing this as your job. I've learned more about politics from you than anyone else. I've been watching for about 6 months, and you are amazing. I can now debate my MAGA friends with confidence. W. Parker, thank you so much, Constance. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section right now. How there are 1,000 people live watching but not liking? There's actually 3,200 people. And we could get up to 3,000. I bet we could. But not everyone decides to like the stream. You know, and I get it. I don't like the streams always, you know, like on other people's pages when I look at them, because I don't know if it's going to actually really meaningfully change things. But I promise you, everyone collectively thinking that limits how many people do that. So it does affect things. Your 9 a.m. is my 5 p.m. That's funny. That's funny. Did you see Patel at the Olympics? Yeah, I heard about that. Mags, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We have about like 5 minutes or so left before I'm going to get off, everyone. If you have any questions, you can ask me and I'll answer them until I get off here. Goal after midterms. Until we know the candidate, I'll probably do this until we know the candidate. But this is up until the midterms, really. It is up until the midterms, at least, because it's definitely effective to get people to, like, obviously, you know, get involved with the election process. Bernie Sanders or Kamala Harris? I would pick Bernie over Kamala, because I ideologically agree with Bernie more. Anita, thank you so much for the $5 from Not MAGA Republican. Just wondering what you thought about the sexual assault allegations against Biden in 2020. Yeah, so the one with Tara Reid, specifically. Well, there's a few other things. So there's Tara Reid specifically. She perjured herself in court and then fled to Russia. So that's one point. And then I'm pretty sure she's a part of like a propaganda campaign now, associated with like a pro-Russia like outlet. So there's a few things there. But there were people specifically that talked about like inappropriate like hugs and stuff from Biden, which I absolutely believe and were totally credible. But that's my position. Michelle, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I told my MAGA friend to debate you. He said he'll debate anyone, and he didn't join your stream. Lol. That's really funny. Well, I'd always definitely debate them. Michaela, thank you for the $2. Have you ever had braces? Your teeth are perfect. I actually never did. I got really lucky. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. As well as Brianna, thank you for the $1. Thank you. If you could only watch 3 episodes of SpongeBob, what would you watch? What would you pick? I feel like that I'd have to look at like a list of them to like know like specifically just the 3. I don't know off the top of my head is kind of like what I would say. I would know them if I looked at the list. It's like multiple choice. Where do you go to college? I can't specifically say. What time is it where you are right now? About 10:27. Farm Sim streams soon. Maybe. Ladle. Do you like anime? Yeah, I like Pokemon. Pokemon's so good. I've been playing a Pokemon game recently. I have my Nintendo Switch, and I've been playing Pokemon on it, and I've been grinding. Whenever I have free time, like at nighttime, whenever my girlfriend falls asleep early and I'm not tired enough yet. Do you play Fortnite? I haven't played Fortnite in a while. I used to, yeah. Kata, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. For someone with the last name Patel, Cash Patel is pathetic. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Norman as well. Thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. W Pokemon, very much so. Play Arc Raiders. I've heard about it, but I have never played it yet. So, do you play Minecraft? I used to all the time. And every once in a while, I'll hop on because I have the game already. Syra, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Norman, thank you for the $2. Yes, I like James Tellerico. He's great. What's your favorite Pokemon? Infernape. Definitely my favorite Pokemon. Has anyone ever said you look like the Insomniac Spider-Man? People say I look like Spider-Man. I definitely get that one. Snorlax or Snorlax? I'd probably go with Snorlax. Keith, thank you for the $2. Animal Crossing Dream address stream. I actually do have Animal Crossing. I got it from my girlfriend a bit back, and I would definitely play it. I don't have like a connection to be able to stream it. I wish I could, because otherwise I'd be doing that on stream. I'd be playing Mario Kart on stream, Smash Bros. That'd be really fun. Animal Crossing would be fun to play on stream though, like for Twitch streams. Twitch tomorrow. I might have time for Twitch tomorrow after my morning stream. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off right now. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time. I'll see y'all then. Have a great, fantastic night. I love y'all so much. Good night, good night, good night.